and Freak Knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gon' let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery.
Spooky up in here, it's crazy in here. We still gon' keep it going, I'm Knuckles. Nobody scares me. Whoever want it, bring it. I don't care, we can do this. Then come step up to the plate and meet your match. It ain't no thing.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. rap about a man named Alec Hunter. Tricking this girl and I straight up Alex stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football, call this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Good afternoon, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, excuse me, colors, and orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. If I seem to be talking fast, it's because I am. I hope you like. I'm a little bit better dressed today. Just thought I'd gussy up a little bit for the conversations ahead. We do have to get right into them. Unfortunately, I am running late, so I do not have time much for an introduction. If you are here, welcome. I don't know how much I can address the chat while I am discussing things, but I will do my best. I hate skipping streams. I had to skip a stream last week. On Friday. I didn't like doing that, so I am all geared up and ready to go for this son of a bitch. Let me just get all my chats up here. First person we're talking to is here. Let me introduce. Let me get here. Hold on. I'm just getting my chat set up here. One sec. My cough is finally clearing up. I'm taking nasal spray for post-nasal drip. Going well. I feel great. Chat arena open. The Twitch chat, just in case some Twitch frogs happen to pop by. What's up, Dubsy? All right, let's get this thing going. All right, so it seems the only person we have in here is the Mary Chew. So, you are... Oh, hold on. You are who I'll be pulling up, and I guess I won't be addressing anybody else in the Discord chat. Is there a way to change the title of this? Because I just threw the title together real quick. What if I... Here, I'm going to leave and come back. Okay, okay, I don't think that worked. Edit channel. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Turn on video. Okay, there we go. All right. I think that's good. Let's do this thing. Let's, top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Start my recording. All right. Hello. Oh, hold on. Why am I covering you? Hello? I can't hear you. Failed to start camera. Move on the chat. Mary, I can see you in the chat. If you want to type something, we can try to figure this out. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Nice sweater, thank you. Let me hop over to Mary's stream and see what's going on over there.
I don't know if you can hear me. Jesus Christ, man.
I can't hear you, no.
Type in the Discord chat.
Wait, can she hear me?
Oh, I have a smiley face. I'm a plebeian. Nice. I am a bit of a plebeian, that is true. noise.
Hello?
Is it gonna make that noise every time?
Well, this is awkward.
You can't hear me, I don't think. I've taken it off mute. Technology is wonderful, yes.
Okay, let's try this again.
Well, you can hear me. So you can hear me on his stream, but he can't hear me on his end. Is that what it is? Gonna leave and try again. It's technical difficulties, the live stream.
Hello?
My chair keeps squeaking. Gonna come through. It's fine. It's fine.
Hello?
Should get a noise gate working.
Hello?
You can't hear me. Well, we can't hear each other, seemingly. Let me just check my audio just in case. B codec. It is that one. You'll be able to hear me on my stream, obviously.
Okay, I'm just closing out everything. Hold on. Oh, did I just close her out? I think I just closed her out. Hold on. No, I had her on... I had her stream on. I'm just closing out of Discord completely. See if that helps. It's helped before. Hello? Oh, goodness. Okay, I'm just gonna stop recording. Hello, can you hear me?
Is it push to talk? I'm not on push to talk. It's turned off. I would use push to talk, but that makes noises when I turn it on or off as well. So I'm just gonna have to like be unmuted the whole time, which is fine. Not the end of the world. Discord is annoying with that bleep noise. Yeah. Productive. Wow. I know, man. I know what's happening. Okay.
Hello. Okay, well, I can see that Spike is speaking, but I cannot hear Spike. What is up with this?
I just reopened it. I'll probably muted. Yeah, I'm muted. I just reopened it. Oh. Oh no, that was me again. Worst case, we try a personal call. Yeah, that might be the way.
Okay, hold on.
I can't hear anything. It doesn't even come up like with the green thing, so I can't even tell if someone's trying to say anything.
You can't hear me at all. Hello, hello, hello.
Can you go to my Discord? Well, he said try a personal call if this isn't working.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Coming through on his end. Oh, hang on. The mod can't hear him. Check. Trying to see who is audible and who isn't. Yeah, it's me that's not receiving Alec. End the stage and restart it, fair enough. Alright, I disconnected. Keep an eye.
Hello?
Hello. I hear you now.
Hey, okay.
I'll just wait for him to appear.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Yes.
can hear you.
Hey, it's working. There we
last.
go. Amazing.
At last, we figured it out.
This
how's
happens
about
a lot
some
with
video?
stages.
There we go. Spike, thank you very much for your help. I appreciate you.
No problem.
All right, take care. All right. The Mary Chew. Do you mind if I call you Mary?
That's fine.
All righty. How you doing, Mary?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Doing pretty good. If I recall correctly, the last time we spoke, we didn't end on the best terms.
Yeah. I mean, listen, there's nothing, I don't hold anything like against anyone really. It's not that serious to me. It's all good.
I appreciate you saying so. I was a bit of a turd. I'm trying to be less of a turd these days. So, I just wanted to reach out. You know, I have somebody in my audience. Who is it again? I always forget names. I'm trying to be better about
Mischief?
it. Who is it?
Mischief?
I think so. Miss Chief.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's been in my audience and your audience all this time, just like trying to convince me that you're a good person and you're worthy to listen to. And she's done a very good job. And if it were not for her, I don't think we'd be speaking right now. So I'd like to give a very special thanks to her if she's listening.
Yeah, of course.
So thank you very much, Miss Chief. Appreciate you. So, with that being said, do you want to pick up where we left off last time, or would you like to just shoot the shit? What do you want to do?
I don't mind really. We can get into some of the same stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of easy really, honestly.
Sure. So, I guess last time what we were talking about, gender care for minors, right? Primarily.
Yeah, that definitely would have come up, I would imagine.
Yeah. So, what are your feelings on that right now? Like, where are you at?
I'm not for it myself. Big
Okay.
thing for me is, so like I think for a lot of younger people, they don't really know what they're gonna want for the rest of their life, and like a lot of younger people, they're more prone to going through phases. They kind of think more literally and think, for example, if you're gender non-conforming, you might sort of think, oh, because I'm this way, when it's not normal for a man or a boy to be this way, then I might be the opposite sex. I might be trans or something like that. I think that's a bit more likely to happen. There's some kind of evidence that, like, some of these kids, that if they're affirmed but not medicalized, they might just grow out of it in time. I think that's not true of everyone. There probably are kids out there who would transition as kids and would still transition as adults, but you can't really screen those people out. There's no way of telling who is who, if that makes sense. So if they could screen them out, then maybe I'd be more pro it. If they were always going to transition anyway, you know what I mean?
Sure. So we can't predict the future, right? So
Yeah.
all we really have to go on is our data, right? The facts of the matter. And to me, my position on this is the facts seem to point to transition care, gender affirming care is overwhelmingly positive. We don't see very much regret, even post surgical procedures, not necessarily for children, but like, if you got a 16, 17-year-old trans boy who wants to get a mastectomy, we just don't see them regretting it, like at all. Like, and we give mastectomies also to cis boys all the time. 90% of the underage sex-related procedures we do are on cis boys with gynecomastia. So, with that in mind, I just think that if we look at this logically and reasonably, the best conclusion we come to is gender affirming care until they change their mind.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what data you're looking at, I guess. If you look at something like the Cass review, or like some of the stuff that Jesse Singal has come out with, there's kind of a lot of question of like the quality of that data. I think when you say about like cis
Is
boys,
gender
the kind of objection I'd have there is that like male breasts don't really serve a purpose. Whereas like say a 16-year-old girl gets her breast cut off, she might detransition, want to have kids someday. I think there's at least one case of this kind of thing.
Sure, it happens. I won't deny that.
They'll never be able to like breastfeed their kid different when it's like cis boys to girls.
It does happen. Not transitioning a child, like forcing a child to not transition, is not a neutral decision, right? Like, they are going to go through puberty one way or another. And the way that I see it, you are given a 50-50 roll of the dice for the most part. There's exceptions, but 50-50 roll of the dice for all intents and purposes when you're born, right? Which puberty you are set upon. And that's just random chance. Why not give people a choice? What's the problem?
Well, I mean, giving them a choice, like if they make the choice to change, they're
Mhm.
necessarily sterilizing themselves, assuming they carry on the process. And I think to make a decision at the kind of ages where you are, where you'd stop your puberty, you are in effect making a decision to never have your own kids at an age where you really don't know, like whether you want them or not, you know?
What do you think about the procedures we do to like freeze eggs and sperm?
It's a possibility. I think that's good. I'm aware that I think the kind of effectiveness is quite low. Like it's really not a guarantee, you know what I mean? So it's something you can do, but it might still not work out. And then things like adoption, it might be similar. Like I think it's probably not the easiest thing in the world to get sort of considered for adoption because you have to be able to provide like a stable environment and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if like trans identity or like history or whatever would affect your chances, you know.
So your contention with that is freezing eggs and sperm is not very effective.
It doesn't seem to be. It's obviously still an option, and like people, if they're transitioning, should probably consider it. The other thing is, depending how young you're starting, you'd never have the chance to, because if you never go through puberty, then you're never producing like any gametes, you know.
Sure. Well, it depends, right? Because like gametes are present for female people like from birth. Like they're just there. So like all you got to do is like extract those, freeze them, and then the idea is it's called cryopreservation. I'm looking at it right now. I can share screen if you want. The idea is that you go through this process and then you have a fallback plan if you end up wanting your own kids, or if you just want your own kids in general but also want to be trans.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have a potential that you might be able to still have your own kids. Again,
Yeah.
like I'd question like the kind of effectiveness, and you are still making that decision at a very young age.
I understand, but that's why we have puberty blockers, right? Because the blockers help you wait until you're about 15 or 16 and then you can make that decision, which I think is reasonable. It's fine.
Yeah, the problem I have there is, to me, puberty blockers are like part of the process. So it's like it's all a kind of loading the dice. So like when you like, what am I trying to say? When you socially affirm a child, like socially transition them, they will almost certainly end up on puberty blockers. If they're on puberty blockers, they will almost certainly end up on the next like phase of it. because it kind of lowers that kind of confirmation bias. You kind of, sorry, it's hard to say what I'm trying to say. There's kind of a confirmation bias that builds and builds, I think. Like you go through one step, you go to the next step.
To be as uncharitable as possible, some people would call this grooming.
I don't think I'd say grooming.
Okay.
I think that's probably the wrong word to use.
Sure.
I don't think someone's being groomed if they're... Well, like, it's kind of affirming something that seems right at the time for like a very young person. And if you're going through the steps and the doctors are telling you it's the right thing for you and the adults are all affirming you, they're all kind of leading you to think that this is like the right thing for you. And it's going to build up that kind of confirmation bias. And like when you're young, you're a lot more impressionable,
Sure, that's possible. I would ask you, right, we both know the regret rates, right? They're very low.
Well, we don't know the regret rate. We know what like studies say. It's not probably a particularly easy thing to measure. And I would say that like the regret rates are low, but then the mental health issues, kind of how often we see them, the suicide rate, stuff like that, seem to be quite high. To me, that doesn't quite like add up,
The suicide rate for trans people is high, correct? It's what, 40% is what they like to say, 41%?
Yeah.
Or the
saying it's because of society.
The attempt rate.
Yeah. It's not solely because of society. Something like suicide, to boil it down to like one thing, society is a factor for some people, but to boil it down to one thing like that is not really a good idea. I mean, you say largely, but is there data for that? You don't really know why a lot of people kill themselves.
Sure. But we have a correlation, right? So,
well, yeah, but the other thing is like social exception has like gone up.
Social accepting.
People, like, I think, are quite accepting. Honestly, they don't really care.
I think that depends where you live. I think that there's polarity. So, like, where in pockets where it is acceptable, it's certainly gone up. Like, you can be trans openly and freely. Period. End of story. But in pockets where it's not acceptable, it's gone way down. So I don't know the exact data on that. I'm not sure whether or not it levels out. I do know for a fact that like there have been over 500 anti-trans bills proposed in the United States. I know you don't live here.
Stuff like that is fear-mongering, I think. I see those kind of like sites come up. There's an awful lot of this kind of, we tabulate any bill that's remotely anti-trans and add it up to, oops, excuse me, I'm so sorry. And we add it up to this like big number that seems really bad. When what's happening, some of these bills are going to be about like sports and stuff, which really don't matter that much. Plenty of people are going to be talking about bills that just won't affect them at all. Plenty of them are like pie in the sky, like ridiculous things that like evangelicals come up with that are never going to get passed, not a chance in hell. I think a lot of that is like fear-mongering, to be honest.
Sure.
And it's esoterica. It doesn't affect many people personally all that much.
Sure. So most trans people don't play sports, right? Like the overwhelming majority of them simply don't. I think the statistic is like there's like double digits, like very low double-digit numbers in the NCAA and all sports combined. That's how many trans people play, right? Like it's very low. So when you have an anti-sports bill for trans people, it seems as though it's not really affecting all that much, right? Because it's very few people. So with that being said, at the same time, what you're doing is you're propagating a narrative. You're saying, well, they can't play because they're not real women. And I don't see it that way. I think trans women are real women, and I haven't been convinced they're not yet. You're a trans woman, right?
Well, sure, but I mean, what makes a trans woman a woman?
You identify as one. Your personal schema of what a woman is aligns with how you see yourself.
Do you think it makes sense that people should be able to just identify into the category of woman rather than it meaning something more concrete and like something that means the same thing to everyone?
Sure. It's difficult because it's difficult for it to mean the same thing to everybody because the way that we understand what gender is all social conditioning, right? Like if we were to learn that women actually had beards, like that would be our schema for what a woman is. Like everything's the same except women have beards, men don't. Or like men have, even better, men have long hair, women have short hair or go bald. You know what I mean? Like, if that
Yeah.
were the societal norm, which it very easily could be, I think we can both agree, then our schema for what a woman is, and we see this across societies too, you know, like what a woman is in the United States isn't necessarily the same as what a woman is in like Afghanistan, you know, where they have to cover their
I think
entire
broadly
bodies
it
and
is.
hmm?
I think broadly it is. I think most people just see it as a female person.
Well, it's the same, sure. It's based on the same like logic, right? You're born, you see the genitals, you get assigned a gender, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, they observe your gender. They're correct
Yes.
in the overwhelmingly vast amount
Yes.
of cases.
Right. So my point is that's how it works. They see the genitals, they mark you with an M or an F. That's pretty
Yeah.
much universal at this point, right? That part's similar. Where it starts to differ is your role, like the expectations and the roles that men versus women get, right? So in the United States, the role of woman has greatly expanded. You know, whereas there was one time in the United States where women couldn't own property or couldn't vote or they were railroaded into certain jobs like nursing or teaching or anything to do with kids or home takers. That was the role of a woman. You were a woman, you were a caretaker, child rearer, whatever. Now you can be a woman and you can be a business owner. You can be just like Jeff Bezos, except with a vagina, right?
Yeah,
Or
I agree,
presenting
but
as a
they're
woman,
still
if you will.
female. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree, but to me, they're still female if they're a woman.
sure. So you base womanhood off of whether or not you're female, correct?
Yeah, like I don't actually identify as a woman. I don't call myself a woman. I used to. I think nowadays I've kind of questioned what womanhood it's possible for someone like me to take on. Bearing in mind
Sure.
I'm like trans, I'm like post-op. I've been living this way for a long time, but I don't really see that I have, if that makes sense. Like to
Okay.
me, womanhood does refer to like being female, and there really isn't anything I can do. You know what I mean?
Can I get personal with you or no? Would you rather stay general?
Sure, I don't mind.
Sure. So how does that affect you mentally? The fact that in your mind, you will simply never be a woman.
It's fine. I don't mind. It's just
Okay,
a
so you've
label at the end
accepted
of the
it.
day. Mhm.
You've made peace with it. Okay, so I'm just curious. I was going to go down a deeper rabbit hole, but you seem to know what you are and who you are, and that's fine. But not every trans. Do you consider yourself a trans woman? Let me ask you that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a term that makes sense to apply to me, I would say.
Okay, so
But
trans
so is
woman.
man.
Okay, fine, but all intents and purposes, I can call you a trans woman. That doesn't irk you in any way. That's fine.
Nah, I mean, someone calling me a woman doesn't irk me. It's just not accurate in my opinion.
How do you feel about being called a woman versus being called a man? Like, what's the difference to you?
On balance, I prefer being like regarded as female because I have gender dysphoria. I'm very compelled towards being feminine, if that makes sense. But I don't actually mind. I used to mind a lot about being called a man and stuff. And
Okay.
nowadays I think it was kind of irrational. I think it shouldn't matter. Like I'm a male person, it makes sense. If someone sees me and their concept of gender is male, female, and that's it. I'm a male person. It makes sense why someone would call me a man. And it doesn't matter, it's a label.
Sure. Most of us go out in public, right? And we see people with certain traits and just assume one or the other, man or woman.
Mhm.
And then if we get corrected, we just correct it, right? So when you go out in public, what do most people call you?
I don't know, to be honest.
Sir,
No one's really
ma'am?
addressed me in that way in quite a while.
When's the last time it has happened? Has it ever?
The last time I remember someone called me a sir, but
Okay.
I was kind of like changing my mind on a lot of stuff anyway by then. So
How was that for you?
historically it's been a mixture. It used to bother me when people called me sir, but like I said, I know I've just changed my perspective on a lot of this.
Okay, so it's been a long time since it's happened to you. Sorry I'm getting personal. I just feel like this is important to kind of
Okay.
figure out how your brain works because you're a very unique person, in my opinion. You don't see a whole lot of... You see some Blair White types. I don't know if you take issue with being
I don't think
categorized with
I'm-
Blair White.
I don't
But-
think I'm like Blair White. In
Okay.
certain ways, maybe. I think
Sure.
a lot of people, when you get a self-thinking trans person, they instantly go to Blair White when actually it's quite a diverse kind of thing. You can kind of be anything.
Hold
But
on.
I'm
let
not
me-
conservative. I'm
let
not a
me-
conspiracy theorist,
Let me address something in chat. maybe the continuous daily slaughter of children is more important than this.
What does that even mean? Oh, are we talking about Gaza?
I guess you're right, but it doesn't have to be the only thing I ever talk about. Trans issues are also quite prominent right now. Anyway, so you've been sirred before. You didn't like it. I'm assuming you prefer to be called ma'am, right?
I mean, I don't really get either anymore, and I don't really. I'm just not really fussed anymore, to be honest. It's easier this
Okay.
way. It's less stressful. You know, I can't control what other people say, and I don't think it's really right for me to try to. So,
Okay. I'm trying to figure out where to go next with this.
Mhm.
It seems like you've made peace with the fact that you will simply never be a woman, and that's fine. But
yeah.
what about trans women who do think they're women, who want to be women, who act like they're women, who identify as women, embody it? They are women in their heads. Like in their heart of hearts, they are a woman.
I disagree with them that they're women. If they want to think they are and it doesn't hurt anyone, then more power to them, I guess.
Okay. Would you describe a trans woman using the women's bathroom as hurting somebody?
God, it's difficult. It kind of depends. It's a very complicated thing. To me personally, with the bathrooms, I think that if you look enough like a woman, it's probably fine. But like if you look male, then you might potentially harm someone in the sense that someone might have like some kind of trauma about like men in like enclosed
Sure.
spaces or something. And that kind of thing might constitute harm.
Sure.
And then
So
of course
like,
you've got the freak cases where someone actually commits an offense, which is very rare, of course.
yeah, of course, it does happen, but it's rare. So what about like butch lesbians? Are they doing the same thing that trans women are doing when they don't pass?
I don't think so. I mean,
Okay.
usually a butch lesbian, you can still tell that they're female. I mean, to me, I think men and women both need to get used to more gender non-conforming people in their spaces. I think men should be more accepting. Like if some trans women are better off using the men's because they don't really resemble females, I do think that men should get more used to, you know, men wearing different things that are going to be peeing next to them and stuff like that. So that goes the same for like butch lesbians. Like women should expect that sometimes there's going to be like masculine looking people. That doesn't mean that they're male, you know?
No, but if you have, so let's say that you have a trans woman who passes, such as yourself. I think that you do. I would never question you going into the women's restroom personally. You have a trans woman who passes versus a butch lesbian, right? Butch lesbian looks way more masculine. Are we on the same page?
Mm-hmm.
So, are either of them committing a crime? Or doing something wrong? I should say. Are either of them doing something wrong? And B, if one of them is doing something wrong, what is it?
I don't think either of them are really doing anything wrong. Not if
Okay.
they're just using it for its intended purpose, and not if they don't bother anyone. But then
Okay.
with a butch lesbian, like they're supposed to be in there, they can't really help it, you know.
Supposed to be in there. What do you mean?
Well, they're female.
Right. Trans women can be in there too, though. Like, you don't consider trans women female, that's fine. But trans women can be in there as long as they pass, right?
But they can be in there. They're not really supposed to be in there, but it's one of those kind of no harm, no foul things for me.
Okay, no harm, no foul. So, like, what if somebody were a butch lesbian trans woman?
Well, I presume they'd look like a man, and they should probably use the men's.
But by the same stroke, so would the lesbian, like the cis lesbian.
But they're female.
Okay. But nobody's looking at their genitals, right? Or, like, doing their chromosome swabs. So you can't really
Well, I mean,
know.
listen, if you get like a male person that somehow manages to present as a butch lesbian and actually fully resemble a butch lesbian to where people think they're female but like masculine with it, then sure, maybe they'd be fine using the women's, you know?
Hold on, there's a question. Wait, does
Mhm.
she not think this is arbitrary? From James with a Z.
What's arbitrary?
Like the way that we identify women versus men, like it's kind of arbitrary, right? He's got a point.
I don't think so. I think it's generally based on sex.
Well, no, because like you said, you know, If you pass as a trans woman, then it's not a problem that you're in there.
Oh, for a bathroom? Well, I mean, like, it's about what you look like. There's going to be people using technically the wrong bathroom, but if they look enough like a woman that no one notices, then that's when I kind of say like no harm, no foul.
I guess when you say the wrong bathroom, like the word wrong,
Mm-hmm.
if you're not doing anything wrong and people perceive you as a woman using the bathroom, how is that the wrong like what, like a passing trans woman going into the men's bathroom, people would think that's wrong because they're like, why is a woman in here?
Well, yeah, I mean, the correct bathroom, listen, I'm in the UK, it's kind of, we're moving towards more like sex-based. So the correct one is if you're female, use the women's. If you're male, use the men's. There might be some people that they're better off like kind of using the wrong one in effect. But like as like technically, it's about sex. Does that make sense?
It does, but I guess in what practical sense would it be the wrong restroom though? Like practically
So I guess
speaking.
practically it wouldn't
Right.
matter that much. But my
Right.
position isn't like cut and dry. I think there is a wrong and a correct bathroom, but like it doesn't matter for people that pass enough that they're not going to cause a problem. Is when it's like people that will never resemble a woman but insist on using women's spaces anyway. They might make people uncomfortable. Like you see with the gym thing that happened recently. Like to me, that person should not be using a women's locker room.
So then what's the utility then of calling it the wrong restroom for trans women who pass? What's the utility there? Why use that
Well, it doesn't
word?
have to be utility. It's just the terminology I use because to me it is supposed to be sex based.
How is it better if it's sex based? Let me ask you that. Like if you were forced, right? Let's say that you got like the scarlet letter put on you, right? And you
Mm-hmm.
were forced to use the men's restroom. First of all, would you accept that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I already do.
Okay. Fair enough. Second, what's the utility? Why is this good?
So things like reducing sexual assault, I don't have a source for this,
Okay.
but I'm sure they found in like sort of developing countries when they divided toilets by sex, that like drove down like sexual assaults.
Reduce
I think there was other
assault.
stuff I heard about like gender neutral bathrooms where like assaults are more likely to happen in them. I don't really have great sources for this kind of thing, but it'll help any women. Like you'll get women that have like, what am I trying to say? Like trauma around men in like enclosed spaces that have been like sexually assaulted or something. They potentially aren't going to be comfortable using like a women's bathroom, an enclosed space, when it's just them and like a man in there, And what they see as a man, they might identify as a trans woman, but that woman's not going to see a trans woman, necessarily.
It just sounds more like what you're basing this off of is, are you presenting feminine enough? But no, you're not, because butch lesbians
Well,
can use.
it's not about presenting feminine. It's about whether you resemble a woman or not. Whether
Well, it's the
someone would,
difference.
well, presenting is what you do. Like me putting on a jumper and like having long hair and putting makeup on is like how I'm presenting. Another
Right.
person could present identically to me, but then look less like a woman or more like a woman.
So present identically to you, but look less like a woman. So like, let's say they have stubble on their face. Is that what you mean?
Well, potentially, or they just have different facial features.
Or they're,
Like your presentation is
yeah,
what you add to what you already have. So it all
sure,
adds up, and it
sure.
matters. It's not a cut and dry thing. It's whether you resemble a woman to most people.
It's not a cut and dry thing, and that's why I say it's simplest to just let people use the restroom they want, because like I have like are you aware, right, that enforcing these laws, these these sex segregated spaces, you are like let's take you for instance. You are far more likely to be assaulted in a men's restroom than in a woman's restroom, right? Just based
Am
on how
I?
you look.
How do you know?
It's statistically speaking, that's what we find. Like trans women
Do we
are
have much
more.
data on that?
Yeah, hold on. Trans women in men's
I'm aware there's
restrooms.
data that doesn't suggest trans women are more likely to assault in bathrooms. I'm not aware that trans women are getting assaulted in men's rooms because they're not using them.
Well, I have data that says it just adds to the risk of harassment for trans women. Is that enough?
Yeah, that's not a very meaningful statement, really. I think a lot of that is like predictive. It's like, I feel like that's going to happen, and maybe it would. Again, like to me, that's a societal thing. We need to get people more used to gender nonconformity. The problem with just allowing anyone into the women's the problem with allowing just anyone into the women's restroom is that women keep complaining. There keeps being these like cases where women are not happy. There's women who are traumatized. There was a woman who opened like a female-only gym because she'd been like sexually assaulted in like a locker room or something, and that was a big kerfuffle. It just seems like it causes a lot of like social like discourse, discord, you know.
Okay, what if I open a whites only gym because I was assaulted by a black man?
I don't know why you would.
Because I was
I don't
assaulted
know if
by a
that'd be
black man.
legal.
I'm afraid of black people now.
I don't know if that'd be legal because like you can have laws to like guarantee single sex spaces because women are more likely to be victimized in certain ways and are smaller and weaker in general. I don't know that you'd be able to make a law saying that white people have the right to single race spaces.
Oh, I absolutely can. Here, I got the perfect visual for you.
Well, I would say that they shouldn't be able to do that. And I think sex and race are just very different.
Boom. That's all it is.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think sex and race are comparable in this way.
Why not?
And if they are comparable, I'd want to know why I can't identify as a black woman or a black man.
Well, because your melanin is everything, right? Like, in my opinion, because, like, I am a person who has, this isn't my reality, of course, but if I were a person who were assaulted by a black person, if you have a melanin level, if your skin tone looks like below this red line, that triggers me. And that triggers other people who share my experience of having been assaulted by a black person. So we would need a safe space against, because black people are far more likely to commit violent crime, right?
Against white people specifically?
I actually think so. Yes, I think statistically that's true.
I'm not sure if it is. The thing is,
well, even if it's not, right? Even if it's not, like, that's how we're basing sex segregation as well. That's how you can, that's how people justify keeping trans women out of women's restrooms.
Well, yeah, because males are overwhelmingly more likely to like victimize females, like sexual assault and stuff like that. Females have a much bigger like, there's much more of a consequence to having sex in general if you're female than male, because you're the one that might get pregnant.
It's strictly because you might get pregnant?
Not strictly. I'm just saying that there's a lot of imbalance. You know, there's crimes that are overwhelmingly committed by males to females. And trans women seem to follow the same pattern of criminality.
Let me ask you this then. Let's say that you have a lesbian, a cis lesbian, who is a known sexual assaulter of other women. Do we keep her out of the women's restroom?
Yeah, they probably shouldn't be allowed in those kind of spaces if they keep using them to sexually assault someone.
Okay, so this isn't sex-based then. Okay, because if it were sex-based...
That's a specific case of someone victimizing a bunch of people, though.
But she's female, correct?
Well, sure, but I mean, if you can reliably predict that one specific person is going to use that for those purposes, yeah, you probably would just ban them from all those spaces, for sure.
She is female. She fits the criteria. She should be allowed in that space, yes?
Not if she's going to use it for those purposes, and we know she's going to do that. Why wouldn't you just ban that specific person because they were a rapist?
She's female. You know? She should be allowed to use the female space.
We're just going around in circles.
I know, but I feel like this is important to hammer home. You are basing this off of somebody's risk, the risk assessment of whether or not this person will commit a violent crime against women is how we base whether or not they can use the women's restroom, correct?
Well, it's part of it. There's just a general kind of, males are just dominant over females in certain ways.
See, I disagree
and like,
with
if you're going to use the example, well, it's true. I mean, you look at sexual assault statistics, stuff like that. It's just true. DV statistics, that kind of thing. But like, if one like, what am I trying to say here? If one particular woman keeps going into certain things and committing certain crimes, then yeah, they get banned from those places because they keep doing they personally keep doing like crimes there. You wouldn't ban all women, you just ban the singular one that is causing a problem.
I'm not saying ban all women. I'm saying the primary, when you water everything down to its, okay, let me put it this way. If men were not more likely to commit sexual violence against women, like if we just lived in that magical world, right? Would you have a problem with integrating the bathrooms just for everybody?
I'd have less of a problem. I need to think about it, I guess.
Okay. Because for me personally, I wouldn't see a problem at all. Like what's the issue?
You might just have like mixed bathrooms in that case, but it just doesn't really, it's not really where our culture's going, I don't think.
Well, no, maybe not, but I'm just giving you a hypothetical because now what I'm trying to do is isolate the reason why you want to like keep certain people out of the women's restroom.
It's going to be very hard to isolate when like male dominance over females is like a really long like historical thing and is due to a lot of different factors, both like physical and cultural.
Okay, explain what you mean by male dominance.
I mean, how familiar are you with like feminism in general?
Pretty familiar.
Yeah, so, you know, the patriarchy, men have been dominant in society over women. Women couldn't vote until about 100 years ago, that kind of stuff.
Correct. And they're dominant because, not just because they're in charge. It's not like they're the ones in charge and they're doing things fairly, right? They are the ones in charge and they're violating women, right?
Yeah, and they're bigger and stronger and more able to.
We can get into that, but even if they're bigger and stronger, if they weren't if they weren't violating women, like if it's a matter of being big and strong, we wouldn't let female bodybuilders into the women's restroom either, right?
No, but again, that's
right.
You know, they're going in the correct one for their sex. That's what the rules are. Certainly somewhere like here, that's what the rules are.
You keep going back to the correct one for their sex. I'm telling you, you've already told me that if you have a woman, a cis woman, who is a sex offender against other women, you don't want her in the women's restroom. So it's not strictly based on sex. You are, when you water it down, the root of why you do not want men in women's restrooms, and the reason you are okay with not using the women's restroom in your case because you're trans, is because you recognize the risk of people being assaulted, right?
Sure. I'm trying to listen. There's a huge problem here.
Sure.
Let me just get my thoughts straight for a sec. So what we're doing is trying to make a general rule, but including in someone acting extremely like differently, someone who's actively committing crimes. That's a very different case to like men. There isn't like a single reason why we have laws about who can use which bathroom. If one particular person is like going around assaulting people, they're going to get banned from certain spaces because of their actions. But you can't like generalize that as a rule.
Okay, let me put it this way. You do not want every single female person to be able to use the women's restroom. Okay? You do want to keep every single person who is a known or potential violator of other women to stay out of the women's restroom.
No, that's a bit different. You were saying before it was someone who specifically uses those spaces and assaults people.
And you don't want them there.
Someone who's just got a criminal conviction. So potentially they will be using the women's restroom.
Well, it's not about her being... It's not about her being female or not, though, at that point. It's about whether or not she's a sexual assault offender. A sexual assaulter.
Well, you can't really stop people who have like a previous conviction for something using like public facilities if they've served their time or whatever.
Sure you can. Sure. You can, you know, put their face on a board in front of the bathroom, not allowed. You know, you can label them with a scarlet letter or some shit. Like, there are plenty of ways. You can keep them from using the women's restroom if you want.
Do you think that would happen?
Would it happen? I mean, I think that would be more reasonable than like keeping trans people out of the bathroom. Personally, like if you're going to keep trans women out of the bathroom, you might as well just do it with sexual assault people, like people who commit sexual assault. I think that's fine personally. If you want to restrict,
I mean, if they're actively a sex offender, they probably should be in jail. If they've served their time, they probably shouldn't continue to be punished. Like at a certain point, they've served their time.
Sure.
They need to be let back into society.
You're right. I believe in reintegration. I'm on board. But if you are going to keep a group of people out of the women's restroom permanently, would you prefer it be men, period, Like, if you had to pick, would you prefer it just be men, or would you prefer it just be people who commit sexual assault ever?
I think male female is fine. I think it works fine.
Okay, so
Sexual assault in toilets are very rare.
in that case, cis women who commit sexual assault against other cis women get to use the women's restroom, right?
Well, potentially, yeah. If they're not still in jail, if they've
And
served
you-
their time and they're back
Sure.
in society.
And
If they
and
do something
you're-
else, they get locked up again. So
Okay, but you're more even repeat offenders. If they've done their time, they're out in the society, they can go back into the women's restroom, right?
sure.
Okay, so then you're prioritizing whether or not you are a cis woman over whether or not you're a sexual assaulter, right? That's more
Well,
important
yeah,
to
that's
you.
just how it is.
Well,
just
that's how
it is.
No,
in
no, no.
general.
It's not about it being how it is. This is your opinion.
Yeah, I think the sex split is fine. I think it works. Female is not a cluster
Okay.
category. Female is a sex role, reproductive role. Includes people who can't reproduce because you develop towards one role or the other.
Okay. I mean, I disagree. I think that if we had to pick one or the other, I would pick keep sexual assaulters out of the restrooms, like out of the women's restrooms.
That's fair
That's
enough.
what I would
Listen,
pick.
if they ever come up with some way of like getting the sex offender registry and making sure that those people specifically don't use toilets, then I don't know, maybe they should. Who knows?
I just think that makes more sense, don't you? Like why?
No.
Like, because basically what you're saying is you trust. You would like what you're saying is you would prefer. Let me just ask you. Let me just ask you openly because I don't think that you're actually saying this, but this is the conclusion of your logic. Okay, so just bear with me. Would you prefer a passing trans woman use the women's restroom, or would you prefer a cis woman who has sexually assaulted women at some point in the past use it? Only one of them gets to use it. Which one do you pick?
I mean, in my opinion, I don't really care. Sorry, you've got trolls coming into my thing.
It's a 50-50 coin toss.
So would I rather have trans women or someone who's assaulted someone? Okay.
I know it's a hard
Like-
question, but because we're getting to the root of.
I mean, in very technical terms, I guess maybe the trans woman because they're, but then it depends
Okay.
on the trans woman. How do I know the trans woman's not going to assault someone?
It's already baked into the hypothetical.
Okay, it's a bit of a silly hypothetical, if I'm honest.
I disagree. I
We're
think
getting
that
into like insane territory, I think.
I disagree. I think that we're getting to the root of your ideology. I think personally.
I mean, I'm
you
happy to
are-
explain anything. These kind of
Mhm.
hypotheticals, I don't think really get to the root of my ideology. Usually I just kind of state what I think, and it's kind of pretty clear what I think, I would say.
I don't think so. I think that you've been a bit unclear because you're trying to have it both ways. You're trying to have your cake and eat it too. You're basing it off of two things. You're basing it off of your sex at birth as well as your potential for sexual assault. Okay? And what I'm telling you is
Well, it's
Go
not
on.
quite like that.
okay.
It's the potential for sexual assault is higher from males to females than vice versa. So that is a reason, because there's going to be women that are traumatized, why it's probably not fair to expect them to share intimate spaces with men. Obviously, it's kind of a generalization. It's a hard and fast rule. There's going to be
Okay.
exceptions. There's going to be people that arguably shouldn't fit that rule. And that's fine. I'm not making a prescription that has to be 100% works for everyone in every single case, because that's not how life works,
No, I'm not saying
get
that's how
that.
life works,
Yes,
but
no.
in a hypotheticals, that can be how it works. Hypotheticals, the reason we use them is to get to the root of your logic, right? Like why you think the things that you do. We take an extreme, like we're basically taking what you're saying and testing it in an extreme battlefield, right? Like an extreme situation to see if it holds up.
Sure.
It's an experiment. That's what we're doing with the hypothetical. So in the hypothetical that I provided you, it sounds as though you are saying you would rather the trans woman use the restroom than the sexual assault cis woman, right? The cis woman who has sexual assaulted people, right? If only one of
Yeah.
them gets to.
Well, I mean, in that sense, then yeah, maybe the person
Okay.
that hasn't sexually assaulted But that's an exception. That doesn't really that says nothing to the rule because the rule isn't perfect and it's never going to be perfect.
But it tells me that the reason you have the rule that you do is because you prioritize the safety of cis women, correct?
Yeah, it just seems to be what works best in society.
Okay,
I think
yes.
Just looking right is probably fine. I'm saying that I think that trans people should, in some circumstances, use the other sex bathroom.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading chat.
Yeah, apparently dodging.
I see
what
that.
am I dodging?
Yeah, somebody, Isabella, you need to chill. I don't think she's not talking to you.
I can't talk to like 3 people at once. Jesus.
Yeah. Do you realize the arbitrarity of this line of argumentation? I just like I trying to think of where to take this next because we're kind of at an impasse here. You again are worried about the safety and comfortability of cis women, right? That's why you believe the things you do.
Well, that's why I think that sex segregated bathrooms make the most sense. I'm aware it's never going to be perfect for sure. And there are people of the other sex that might be better off using cross-sex bathrooms. But the overall rule, I think, is fine as being like one sex goes here, one sex goes there.
S is asking, so is it like a cosmological moral law then that like if you have certain genitals, you should not just use the bathroom you prefer, even though no one's going to be looking at your genitals and you're not going to be looking at theirs if you pass?
No, if you very much resemble a man and you're using the women's bathroom, you're going to make women uncomfortable. That's what it is based on. It's got nothing to do with genitals.
Okay, but then we go back to the butch lesbian.
Well, they probably resemble a woman. And the thing is, if a butch lesbian gets challenged in a women's bathroom, more often than not, a woman will say something to this butch lesbian. The butch lesbian will respond, and the woman will realize she made a mistake and apologize.
Not always, you know, like especially
in rare cases, sure, but
especially
not.
No, it's not. It's getting more common because, like, I see news articles pop up. Cis women are being harassed in the bathroom by other women, or even men. Men will chase them in and say, "Oh my God, you're a man. You need to get out." But how ironic, right?
That's something that I think is going to take time, and is part of why society needs to be more accepting of like gender nonconformity.
What about trans men?
It's going to take a long time.
The more time that we spend just letting this happen, the worse it's going to get. More because the trans
bad things
fear.
are going to happen, sure.
Bad things are happening. Cis women, not even just cis women, trans and cis women alike, but you know, I say cis women just to drive the point home. Women are being harassed in public bathrooms because of how they look, and I don't think that's fair.
Well, sure, but it's just kind of always going to be that way, unfortunately. If you're gender non-conforming, you know this.
I think that's doomer-pilled. I disagree. I think that you can have a society where you can look and present however you want and use whatever damn bathroom you want without being harassed. I believe in that kind of society.
Are you saying that harassment is going to be eliminated one day?
I think that it can be greatly reduced, especially based upon whether or not you look masculine as a woman. Just sure. They're not hurting anybody.
Fundamentally, I guess.
Just trans women are. If you're not there to hurt anybody, I think you have a right to be there. It's a public space, especially if it's like a publicly funded restroom. Like, you just have a right to be there if you're not hurting anybody, including myself. Okay, if I need to, let's say I have my baby with me and I got to change his diaper. You know, like, and the only place that there's a changing station is in the women's restroom. This happens sometimes. You know that, right?
That's a specific instance, though. You've got a specific reason as to why you're using that instead.
But in that case, you agree that I should be allowed to use the women's restroom, right?
Well, sure, yeah.
Okay. So you agree then that there are use cases for me using the women's restroom?
Yeah, there's like edge cases.
Okay, so my point is, your logic about sex-segregated spaces starts to fall apart very easily.
Well, do you understand my logic?
I do. You just have all these exceptions and these different rules for different people.
Yeah, because it's an overall thing.
But it's so much simpler to just say let people use the restroom they want to use.
But then you get all these women complaining because they're traumatized and they come across someone they weren't expecting.
Okay.
Because restrooms are currently split.
I am getting my psychiatric nurse. I'm getting my psychiatric nurse practitioner license, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is to get across to you that I understand what I'm talking about when we talk about mental health crises. Okay?
That's
I
fine.
have personally been outside the room of a woman when I was working, I was in my clinical at a hospital for nursing. And she was so traumatized that I literally could not even stand outside of her room and talk. Couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And that is a problem. But we cannot base public policy off of that. That's ridiculous. We cannot base public policy off of the whims of mentally unwell, mentally unstable individuals who are traumatized and need help. We can't do it. That's not how society functions.
Boiling it down to one thing. That's one factor. There's lots
That
of
is the
factors
main
why we
factor.
split certain things.
That is the main factor that drives TERFs, okay, is that they are afraid of being assaulted by men.
Well, potentially. That's a real fear. Like they chose the bear. You know why that is, right?
I know. I understand. At the same time,
they're going to see some trans women as men because they look like men. And they
okay,
are
and I'm telling you, that's trauma. We can't base policy off of trauma, right? Off of mentally unwell individuals.
Well, is that the only reason that we split bathrooms?
You ask a TERF, yes. What's another reason?
I don't know.
Okay, give me another reason.
You're not a TERF, I don't know.
Give me another reason.
Well, I mean, to reduce like sexual assaults, women's like comfort, religious reasons.
Okay, religious reasons is different, but the other two we can agree both roll into the trauma thing, right?
Well, sure, but like we're boiling something down to like one thing. I don't think that really makes sense to do.
It's the main factor. All other factor, like religious factors, maybe, but that's not what TERFs are arguing. That's not what transphobes are arguing. They're saying men who are in women's bathrooms are doing what? What are they doing?
Well, they're using the wrong space.
Not just using the wrong space. They are there to hurt people, right? That's the argument.
Well, I don't know. It depends who you're talking about. You're generalizing.
The overwhelming majority.
It's not a monolith.
Okay, the overwhelming majority of transphobes and TERFs that I talk to, or anybody, you don't have to be transphobic or whatever. You don't have to hate trans people. But if you think that trans women should not be allowed to use the women's restroom, what it comes down to every single time, the reason you think that is because you are afraid of that person assaulting somebody. Period.
Well, they might make women uncomfortable if they look like men. That's what I'm saying.
Why are the women uncomfortable?
Because they're breaking a social convention, because they might have trauma as part of it.
We break social convention.
There's just the general aspect of, it's the same kind of thing as like women feel afraid when a man is near them when they're walking home at night. They don't really know about the man in particular. They're just worried that there's a certain chance that they might do something. It's just a feeling that I think women get, to be honest. We're both male. We don't know this for 100%.
We break social conventions all the time. And nobody cares. Women wear pants. At one point, that was breaking a social convention. We don't care anymore. Okay? It's not about breaking social convention. It is about women
wearing pants doesn't make men feel afraid, though.
I understand that. That's what I'm getting at. Women are uncomfortable because they feel afraid, right?
Yeah, because
afraid of
men
what?
Are more likely to do certain things.
Okay, that's my point. That's why we keep trans women out of women's restrooms by these laws. That's the overwhelming logic. Yes, because they're afraid of males assaulting females, correct?
Comes down to one reason, yeah.
That's the main. Give me another one then.
Well, I mean, I don't have it all down. I don't have the.
Okay. So I need to bring somebody else up. So let's. I know we started late. Sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties, but let's stop here. We'll put a pin in it. If you would like to pick this up later, I think this was a productive conversation. We can, but I was going to say something.
As long as we can talk about something else than bathrooms, I think we've done bathrooms to death, to be honest.
That's fine. We can talk about puberty blockers for kids again. That's where we started, but it kind of derailed into the bathroom thing. So, yeah, we can pick this up next time. I mean, is there anything you want to end on before I let you go?
I can't think of anything. I mean, yeah. Send me a message. I'm happy to talk whenever.
Sure.
You know,
Sounds
I'm around most of the time.
Sure. We'll pick this back up another time. I'll send you a DM. There's a lot of people I'm trying to talk to, so I apologize if I don't get back
Yeah.
to you immediately.
That's
Feel
fine.
free
By
to
the
reach
way,
out.
sorry, I
Sure.
just want to say, there's been a lot of people saying a lot of stuff in chat. You're more than welcome to like contact me. I can't respond to people when I'm talking to one person. I'm happy for
Yeah,
people
guys.
to like contact me. If people are
Yeah,
joining my
guys.
chat and like just being dicks, then it's not going to work. But people are happy. People are free. Sorry, to send me like good faith questions and stuff. You can message me, whatever. I don't mind. You can come on my stream. You can join my Discord. We can do it that way. I'm happy to talk to people. But if you're like joining my chat and just being a dick, then it's not going to work.
No, I think we need to be more charitable to each other. I don't think you mean anything bad by your beliefs. I just think, we have some disagreements and we can talk through them, and that's it. That's
Yeah,
how
of
I'm trying to
course,
look at debates these days. Is nobody means anything bad by the things that they believe. We're all just trying to believe the best thing possible for the most people possible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Of course. Well, listen,
And,
it's
and
good
we,
to talk to you, and
yeah,
I'm happy to
you
do
as
it
well.
again sometime for sure. But not about bathrooms. We've done that.
We've talked bathrooms to death. Maybe sometime in the distanter future we can bring that back up.
Mhm.
All
Yeah,
right.
of
Well,
course.
Mary,
All right.
thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate
Yeah, no
you.
problem. Thanks for having me.
Like I said, no bad blood here. Sorry for being a turd.
That's
I'm gonna
okay.
I'm gonna do better moving forward. Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
All right,
You
cool.
take
Have a
care.
good one.
You as well.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay. I thought that was good. All right. Thank you very much for being patient, Tosti. We're gonna pull you right in.
Yep. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Give me just a second here. Stingy. All right, I can hear you just fine. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Well, thank you for having me on your show.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being here. So, what are we talking about again? I have you labeled as a conspiracy theorist because I remember you saying stuff about 9/11, but I think we're talking about something else today. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. I wanted to discuss like fascist economic policies, as well as some social policies, but I wanted to focus more on like the economic aspect for a good portion of the conversation, because there's a lot of misconceptions. Like the main like leftist like critique against fascism is they'll say that it's like a tool of capitalism used to like fight against like worker movements, which I would wholeheartedly disagree with, and I would say that it's actually the opposite.
Sorry, fascism is a fascism is a tool against the workers, or capitalism is?
Well, the biggest critique by leftists against fascism, and I'm not sure if you agree with this criticism, right? But a lot of leftists do. They will say that fascism is a tool of the capitalists against the working class. However, I would disagree with this. I would say that fascism is a proletarian movement. It's a syndicalist movement, which has served the working class. It's uplifted the working class in a different way from like traditional Marxist ideology.
Okay, what do you think fascism is? Like, what's your definition?
Yeah. Well, we talked about one aspect of fascism, which is the idea of like nations having the ability to self-determine themselves. But that's like one specific part. The fascist ideology is essentially national syndicalism. The scholar A. James Gregor describes it really well, where he says that it's proletarian nationalism with economic syndicalism. I think that's a good description of fascism. In like what they advocate for and what fascist thinkers have advocated for as in terms of policy.
Okay, give me just a second because I don't know what the word syndicalism means.
Yeah. Well, there's anarcho-syndicalism and then national syndicalism, but it's essentially the idea that like the economy should be divided up into these different worker syndicates, and like worker unions and syndicates should like guide economic policy. Uh, that's the general gist of it.
Okay, so proletarian nationalism with economic syndicalism. Okay, there are
Yes.
implications there that I will not get into. let's just take this, face value and talk about it, okay? So what you want then is you want workers to be proud of their nation and to work for their nation against other nations, correct?
Not against other nations. The idea of proletarian nationalism, in short, it's that like the nation needs to unify together. Like the I can delve more into the theory of proletarian nationalism, right? But it's been used by various different ideologies. But essentially, I would want the nation to work together to where each part of the nation is acting in harmony with each other, right? Fascism opposes class warfare in favor of class collaboration, right? So the state would serve as a mediating force between the workers and between like the bosses, and it would try to work towards like the greatest like benefit for both classes, and it would seek to redirect the interests of the various classes towards the interest of of the nation as a whole.
Okay, so it works for the greatest benefit of both classes. So what's the difference? Excuse me. What's the difference between what the boss, like how the boss benefits versus how the worker benefits? Like what's like, are there different criteria? Like what are you driving at here? Like what do each of them want and what do each of them get from fascism?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the biggest focus would be on the workers because the workers make up the majority of the nation. But so for example, right, as far as like fascist policies, right, there were policies that were pro-business, such as like deregulation and like lower taxes in various fields or like tax benefits for like companies. But there were also policies that greatly benefited the workers, like the capping of the work week, like state-funded recreational services, state-funded insurance, and also the fact that the workers had a say in how the company policies were run. And workers, through these worker syndicates and worker guilds, had like parliamentary representation, and they had much more, you could say, democratic influence over the workplace and over the economy.
This just sounds like capitalism with a lot of regulation. Is that what you're getting at?
I mean, I understand where you're like what you're saying. I wouldn't call it capitalism, right? Although I guess these like definitions could be a little bit more, they can like fluctuate. From the fascist viewpoint, both capitalism and communism promote class warfare. In the sense of capitalism, it would advocate for class warfare against the working class, and communists would advocate for class warfare against the bourgeoisie. Fascists seek to like mediate the two classes to where both of their interests align with the interests of the nation.
So warfare requires two competing parties, at least, right? They can have more, but for all intents and purposes, we have the upper... Excuse me. Still getting over a cold, sorry. We have the upper class, the owner class, right? The owner class and the worker class, right?
Yes, and like according to Marxism, right, these two classes are fundamentally antagonistic towards each other, right? This is what Marx says. And according to Marx, the workers of the world need to unite and overthrow the bourgeoisie. Fascists would reject that. They would say that, like, for example,
just real quick to clarify, Marx said that that was inevitable. He didn't say that we have to. He said it's inevitable.
Yes. I somewhat misspoke, but yes, Marx did say that according to these like rules of dialectics, this would happen, and it would result in this like overthrowing of the capitalist class. And he had his theory of dialectical materialism. The fascists rejected that. Like you have people like George Sorel who heavily critiqued like the Marxist idea of dialectical materialism. In favor of proletarian nationalism and in favor of like what he would call like like a mythology, like a collective mythology that would move the proletariat to like to rise up against the bourgeoisie.
Right. So do you let me ask you this. Do you agree that the owner class and the worker class are fundamentally at odds with each other?
No, I do not agree with that.
Okay.
I think we can mediate between them, and we can like align their interests to
But you have to mediate between people who have conflicting interests, correct? That's the compromise. You have to be at fundamental odds with each other in order to compromise in the first place, correct?
Sure, you could make that argument. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I could
yes.
understand that.
So yes, then they are fundamentally at odds with each other, correct?
In our current system, yes. In our current system, in our current economic structures, they are.
Okay. How do you propose we go about so you want to like make regulations so such that they're no longer have conflicting interests with each other, right?
I think regulations is like it's not an accurate term.
Okay.
But I
What
would
term would you
essentially want
use?
this. Yeah, I mean, I would just use the term syndicalism, like economic syndicalism. You could also call it corporatism, which is not the same as like when corporations control the government. That's corporatocracy. Corporatism is a different like economic theory. But essentially, I would want the state to mediate between the two. That's like the best way of putting it, right? The state serves as a mediating force between the two classes. And it tries to implement policies which align with the interests of both classes for the greater good of the nation, for all the
Let
people.
Let me see if you agree with this. My boss, I'm a worker, I'm a nurse, right? I go into work, I make $41 an hour. My boss makes 60, right? My boss is constantly trying to get me to work as much as possible for the least amount possible. If I told him tomorrow I want $40 an hour instead of 41, he'd say, done. Done. Because that's an extra dollar in his pocket, right? So he is trying to get me to work as much as possible for as little money as possible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What am I doing? I am trying to work as little as possible for as much money as possible. If my boss told me you will get paid exactly the same amount and you can work 10-hour work days instead of 12, I'd take that without a second thought. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the fundamental odds that workers and the working class and the owning class have against each other. The worker class wants to work the least amount of possible and make as much money as possible. The owner class wants to work the workers as much as possible while paying them the least amount possible. You cannot solve this conflict without fundamentally reconstructing the workplace and how we look at it.
Yeah, well, I think that fascism did fundamentally reconstruct the workplace. If you were in that situation within, like, say, fascist Italy or Falangist Spain, like you would be in a union and say you want to work less hours, for more pay, but the boss wants you to work more hours. You could bring that up to like a labor court. You could bring that up
You
to like
could.
the state representative, and the state would like say, okay,
You could.
you get this as a boss, and you get this, and we're gonna agree on something. And until we're going to agree on something that benefits everyone, something that you guys can compromise on.
It benefits
that's like the
everyone,
gist of it.
sure, but it benefits the bosses a hell of a lot more if they can have an extra dollar and the workers get one less dollar, right?
Sure, but what I'm saying is that it is possible to mediate between the two to where they both end up compromise. Yeah.
Conflicting ideas, right? Conflicting forces at work that need mediation. My point is, if you don't, this is so much extra. We don't need it. Don't need it. Never did. It is a crutch that we use as a society. The way that I view it is dismantle the system, okay? We don't need bosses. We don't need workers. We need people working together. That's what we need. So you go to work. Everybody owns the means of production already. It is simply there for you to use and produce, okay? Your goal isn't to make money anymore. If I'm a nurse, my goal is to make sure that my patient is well. There is no more insurance. There is no more worrying about if I have the medication stocked that I need because my patients just didn't make enough money this week to pay for it. Nothing, okay? There are simply things there for me to use to do my job, and that's how I do it. And I don't have a boss anymore. I get to decide when to show up. Okay? And I show up because I love being a nurse and I love taking care of people. And that's my lot in life.
Yeah. So I actually don't think that like a lot of fascists would like fundamentally disagree with that in theory. My problem is I don't think that this sort of system has been achieved successfully. Like if you look at all of the different socialist countries,
You're right.
they all have resorted to a certain degree of class collaborationism, right? But right, like my point is that right, like in response to that you're going to have like hierarchy, you're going to have economic hierarchy, you're going to have like different classes that arise within a society, right? So you need to mediate between the two. You need to work, you need to have the two work together for the benefit of everyone. I would say that this has been done, and it has been done effectively within various fascist governments and their economic systems.
What specifically has been done?
Like benefiting workers and like propping up workers within various fascist systems. I can give you examples.
Well, I believe you. You can give the examples if you want, but I believe you. You know, like in your definition of fascist, sure. I think that is a faulty definition of fascism, and you should change the word you use, because calling yourself a fascist is not well accepted even among actual fascists. But
well, it is like the ideology that was preached by Mussolini. It is the ideology that was preached by fascists such as Miguel Primo de Rivera. You know, it's the ideology that was preached by fascists such as George Valois or Valois.
Right.
It's a French name. Yeah.
I want to stick on this, because when you say the word like when you say I'm a fascist, what do you think you're communicating to people?
I understand the connotations behind it, right? Where people, you know, like someone that's not educated on the ideology, right? Someone that has just, you know, they haven't thought about it, right? They would think that it's like racism or whatever, right? Like it's like when the government does bad things. But I would say there's a similar stigma with communism, right? Like when you mention, like if you were to tell someone that you're a communist, they would immediately think of Stalin. You know, they would immediately think of like people starving, but that's not what you mean. That's not your end goal.
Fundamentally, communism does not include Stalin. I'm not saying Stalin was not a communist. I'm saying for, you know, likewise, fascism does not fundamentally include Hitler. You know what I mean? Like you can have fascism minus Hitler. Is this making sense? But the core ideology of fascism, what I'm getting at is, like, if you look it up on Wikipedia, fascism is a far right, authoritarian, and ultranationalist political ideology and movement that rose to prominence in early 20th century Europe. It's characterized by support for dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in a natural social hierarchy, subordination of individuals. You get the point, right? Like, it's not good. And this is what people find. It's the first result on Wikipedia. This is what people find when they look up fascism. This is fascism. So do you agree with those things, or do you not?
Well, I agree with with an authoritarian government, with a strong government. I agree with like the ideas of nationalism. Yeah, I mean, I would say that like it depends on what you define as a dictator. I think there should be one person in power, right, as like the leader, right? But there should be other means, like such as a one-party state. I would want a one-party state. I would want like a you know, strong populist leader, right? You could call it a dictator, right? They would come in, they would like you know, run the policies. I would want an autocratic system. I want a strong government. You know, I don't think that democracy, liberal democracy, at the very least, works. However, I feel that those like definitions and like the Wikipedia page presents fascism in a very negative light, and it's not like it doesn't go in depth into the ideology. It doesn't touch on like what like actual fascist thinkers such as Giovanni Gentile, what people like Mussolini believed in.
I have it right here.
And
Mussolini and Giovanni Gentile described their ideology as right-wing in the political essay The Doctrine of Fascism, 1932, stating, "We are free to believe that this is the century of authority, a century tending to the right, a fascist century." Mussolini stated that fascism's position on the political spectrum was not a serious issue for fascists. Fascism, sitting on the right, could also have sat on the mountain of the center. These words, in any case, do not have a fixed and unchanging meaning. They do have a variable subject to location, time, and spirit. We don't give a damn about these empty terminologies, and we despise those who are terrorized by these words. Is that something that you hold true?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that sentiment.
Okay.
Like I feel like a lot of these political labels are kind of meaningless. When you talk about left and you talk about right, like my ideology would be considered far right, but I think we would agree on a lot of things. Like I'm sure you would want like workers to have more of a say in in how the economy is run. You oppose capitalism. We have many differences as well, right? But like
Do
there's a certain point when these ideologies, like these terminologies, break down.
do you want that for all workers or workers of a certain persuasion? Like, let's take transgender workers, for instance. Do you want transgender workers to have the same say in their workplace as everyone else?
Yes, yes. I would want like
Okay.
all workers within a workplace. The transgender issue is like a different topic than like, when we're talking about just working class people. And if you want to like I would say that a lot of the early fascists, like including Mussolini, including like the Spanish Phalangists, were decently progressive for their time. Like I don't think social conservatism is inherently tied to fascism. Um, Although it does attract a lot of traditionalists and it also attracted a lot of futurists.
Yes, it attracts a lot of traditionalists, and so fascism kind of becomes that, right? Like being a Democrat way back in the day meant you owned slaves. But then some things happened. The political compass switched over, the labels changed, and now being a Democrat means that you want to open borders and give all white people's money to black people, right? Like that's what that's what Fox News would tell you what a Democrat is. So the meaning has changed. So maybe back then fascism meant something a little different than it does now, because right now what it means is you're a fucking bigot.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't agree with the terminology. I don't agree. Like, I think that this terminology, this idea of fascism, just came out of an ignorance of fascism, and it came out of like this post World War II milieu when, like, the Allies had just finished fighting the Axis. So they demonized fascism. However, I would say that it's a very unfair like criticism. It's not substantive, right? There's no actual substance to the criticism because it doesn't address the ideology and the historical implementations of fascism. It just makes a straw man of the idea.
Okay, let's put this aside because this is boring. We're talking semantics. Let's pretend that I'm not a communist and you're not a fascist. Okay, let's just put the labels aside. You become emperor of the world tomorrow. What do you do?
I mean, the joke answer is I would probably resign. I don't want to have to deal with all that. I don't want to have to deal with all
okay.
that. But what?
That's fine. That's a fine answer. So you don't want to you don't want to be the one pulling the strings. You don't. My question though is,
Yeah. What policies would I implement?
well,
Right?
my question is, you have a vision for the world, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then like let's say it's not you then. Let's say it's some guy that you get to control. Right? Like he does most of the shit, but anytime you tell him something, he does it. Is that fair?
Yeah, yeah. Well, no,
Okay.
I understand the hypothetical. Let's go with like the U.S. because we both live in the U.S. for example, right? And as far as like economic policy, like I think the very first thing I would do, or this person under my control would do, is I would like just restructure the economy, right? I would restructure
Okay.
to fit a corporatist model where the economy is like organized into various guilds. There's like a state nationalized union which like backs the workers. I would want to implement an economic bill of rights where everybody is guaranteed a job, right? Like everybody who is able to work would be required to work, right? Everybody would be guaranteed a job. People would have various things like given to them. I would want a society where people are working, they're not overworked. I would want to cap the work week. There's like a whole list of policies. I gave like a few basic ones that I would want.
Okay. Everyone's guaranteed a job. So you eradicate
Yes.
unemployment, right? Right?
Yes.
So unemployment's gone. I agree. Everyone required to work. Let's talk about that one. So if you're able to work, you're required to work, right?
Yes, I would say that every male right is required to work, and if they're not disabled or if they're not like if they're healthy, like every healthy male individual is required to have a job, or right, you're either required to have a job and then or you're required to like go to college and study and go into academia, or you're required to like serve in the military. Basically, like you're not allowed to be a freeloader. You're like
You can't
required
be
to be
no
productive.
needs,
Pardon?
right?
I didn't.
You know
hear
what a
you.
need is? Not
Not.
employed, educating or training.
Okay. Yeah. We don't want those.
No
We don't
needs.
want those. Yeah.
Okay. No needs. So only males though. Women can be needs if they want.
Yeah. Well, they can get a job if they want. I would want to have like female education. I think like if women want to go into academia, go into college, they should be able to. If they want to go into the army, they should be able to. But they wouldn't be required to work, right? Especially like if they're a mother, right? I think if they're a mother, if they're like raising kids, then like they definitely shouldn't be required to work. I think like we should give them money to take care of the kids.
Should
We
any
should give
women
families
ever
money.
should any women ever be required to work?
I don't think they should be like required to work.
Okay.
But if they want to get a job, they should be able to get a job.
Okay, so we're requiring men to work, but not women.
Yes.
Okay, but women can still work if they want to.
Yes.
Okay, so what if you have a woman who is not working, who has no kids, who has no job? Like I already said, they're not working. They're not working. They have no kids.
Yeah.
They don't plan to have kids. Now what?
I mean, ideally, right, within this society, we would like strongly encourage women to have families or like go into like education, right, and there'd be incentives for that. So ideally, right, like there'd be social pressure that like pressures her into having a family or like getting a job or something along the lines of that.
Okay, social pressure like what?
Like the community like looking down on them, or like their family like telling them like they need to do this or that. Like there would be a social stigma against being a NEET.
Okay, let's say they don't care.
Okay. I mean,
They're shut away.
that would
They're
be
shut
like a
in.
small. I would say that would like be a small percentage, like of the population, right? Because people are naturally social animals. Like if there's enough social pressure, we'll end up like succumbing to it.
Okay, why can this not work for men?
What do you mean, like?
Like we're requiring men to work. There's no social pressure needed. They're just required to go do it, right? Or else we do something. We take away their means of living, right?
Yeah. Well, now this specific aspect about men and women, I'm basing this off of like religious standards. In various fascist governments, both men and women were required to work. But like I would say that like there's just like a different like role that men have to play in society as opposed to women.
Okay.
From like an Islamic point of view.
Okay. And we can make them fulfill that role through social pressure, right? We don't need to keep them from being able to eat or live in a house with a roof over their head. Like social pressure will work, right? It works for women. Why won't it work for men?
I mean, I would disagree with like I do think that social pressure could work for men. However, like I don't want any man who's able to like work or to like be productive, right? And like to not, what is it? I'm trying to articulate it. Yeah, I mean, I would like just want like every man, right, who's able to like be productive to be productive, right, in the economy or within society. But I think you have brought up like an interesting point, right? Like with this distinction between men and women, I could possibly concede that like perhaps we should have like some state like some requirement for women to contribute in some other way, right? I could concede that.
Okay, so we're conceding the point about women not contributing. So women do have to contribute now, right?
Well, everyone has to contribute, yeah. But anyone regardless, right? Like you either have to go into like the workforce or go into like academia, like via college, or go into the military. One of those three.
Okay.
And
so
the
bottom
government
line,
would like help you. Yeah.
Bottom line, everybody contributes or there are consequences, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me get that down. contributes, or there are consequences that go beyond social ramifications, right? Like social ostracization, right?
Yes.
Okay. What are these consequences?
Um, perhaps like imprisonment, or perhaps like a fine, or perhaps just like it being cut off from like social welfare. I don't know exactly what the consequences would be like in specific. I believe under Mussolini it was just like imprisonment, or like a fine. I'm not sure about what those consequences were, but we could say like a fine and like maybe social exile, right? Or they would be given a chance, like you have to work, are you going to work? And they're like, no, I don't want to work, I don't want to contribute. Okay, then like you can get out of here, you can get out of here.
So we deport them.
Yeah, possibly. I think that could be a good solution, either that or a fine. There could be a multitude of like different like consequences. I mean you could just like list that there's consequences if you're
Okay.
uh,
Let's
typing it on
talk
the
about
note.
fines, right? So you're basing your system off of a monetary structure, right? We just assume there's money, we assume there's an economy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you work to get money. If you don't work, you get fined, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody's guaranteed a job. So if you don't work, that is entirely upon you to suck it up and take the consequences, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But if you don't work, you don't make money. And if you don't make money, you can't live, right? That's the current society we live in already. I have to go to work. If I don't get to pay for my shit, right?
Yeah.
So then what's the point of the fine?
Well, like I was just thinking of like various consequences. I don't know like what specific consequences. Maybe like imprisonment, or maybe just exile. I think those could work well. Right? Like whatever like consequence would be the most effective in like what is it like deterring people from like just not contributing to society.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You don't seem to believe that people will just contribute to society by default, right?
I think given our current like systems and our current structures, people don't. There's and you could make a lot of arguments like the welfare system is messed up, which I would agree with that.
Okay, so you believe
But
that it is basically human nature to not contribute, right?
um to an extent, I think humans will like pick the easiest like route possible. I think if we just give them welfare and we give them all of these things, without any sort of incentive for them to work or to produce, I think a lot of people will end up being lazy. I think a lot of people will just not want to work. They won't want to contribute. They won't really want to do anything.
Okay. Is that how you operate?
I wouldn't say that's how I operate. I've seen like in my own personal life, I've seen various people operate in that way.
Like who? You don't have to say a name, just an example.
Yeah. I've known like various people. They have like wealthy parents and stuff. Like I knew them from high school. They grew up and they and I know so many people like this, right? They have like no driver's license, no job. They're like in their mid-20s. All they do is like play video games all day. They don't contribute to society at all, like whatsoever. I mean, it's really disheartening, like seeing that happen to someone. They've just kind of become like losers, you could say. Yeah, it's just
Okay.
sad. Like I want the
Sure.
best for them. I'm not trying to. Yeah.
Sure. So, what makes you different from them? Why did you turn out different?
I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure as to why I turned out different. I mean, I guess there's like I have my own like situations that happened in my own life. Like I was homeless for a bit. I had to like I was kind of forced to like what is it like get out there. And I think my mind just works differently. The one saying where it's like I'm not like the other girls. I think that like
You're
accurately
built
describes
different.
me.
You're built
Yeah,
different.
I'm built different. I'm built different. Yeah, I'm just built different.
Do you think that this was a
I'm on
result
that.
of being poor and needing to figure your way out?
Possibly. I think it was a result of like a lot of other things. Just a
Okay.
lot of various things that happen in my life.
But you agree then that there is a pathway through which a person's natural inclination is to produce and to contribute, because that's yours, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's possible if we have like the right like social like systems in place. And if it turns out, right, like within this system, right, where we don't have to force people to go to work or go like study or to like go serve in the army, things of that sort, and we find that these policies are unnecessary, then I'm fine with rolling back policies if they're unnecessary. Like, I'm not really dogmatically tied to one thing or another. But I was describing the policies that were, like the current policies that I would want to implement, immediately would be based off of these various fascist governments and their economic policies, if that makes sense.
Okay. I'm going to present to you a hypothetical. You ready?
Sure.
Let's say that I want you to draw a picture. Any picture. Right. Let's say that you're an artist. Let's say that you're an artist, and are you like an artist of any kind? Do you have any kind of like hobby or pastime that is artistic in nature? Let me start with that. I want to make this personal.
I really like I play tabletop games. I play like
Okay,
D&D
great.
and
Perfect.
that stuff. That could be that could be artistic.
Absolutely.
I'd say I'm an artistic individual.
Great. So you do tabletop games. Are you a DM?
Yeah. Yes, I am the DM. I'm a forever DM, sadly.
Sadly. Well, we got to get you into a session where you're not the DM then, because it sounds like you'd like to be a player. But
maybe a bit, yeah.
Sure. That aside, so you're a DM. Excuse me.
Yeah.
As the DM, you are tasked with being creative in order to make a fun and interesting campaign for the people who you're playing with, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's say that I'm one of the players, and we live in a lawless society. Let's just assume there's no laws here. Okay? So, I'm one of the players, and I gather up the other players, and we all decide, okay, we can do this one of two ways with the DM. We all get together, like, without you, and we say we can do this one of two ways. We can, one, if we want a really good campaign, I say, I want to just let him cook, right? Just let him figure out the best campaign. If he needs any kind of guidance, we can give him guidance. But for the most part, this is his project. I want to see what he can cook. That's what I want. Okay? Now, Jeffrey comes in. Our buddy Jeffrey.
Oh, boy. Not Jeffrey. Oh, boy.
Oh, not Jeffrey.
Always...
No, because he pulls out his Glock 9 and he says, fuck that. I'm going to stick this in his fucking mouth and say, you know what? You better make us a good fucking campaign or you're getting your brains blown out, man. Now, which approach do you think would result in the better campaign?
Yeah, no, I understand the hypothetical. I would say in my situation, like I would want like that space, that liberty, it is very hard to concentrate when there's like some dude like up, at my head with like a Glock to my head. And I think I understand the point that you're trying to make, which is that people won't be as productive if they feel as if they're being coerced to. Is that correct?
That's close. My point is, as you are, people are naturally inclined to produce and to create and innovate. You have that natural drive within yourself to make a great campaign based upon your own experiences and what you understand to be fun and interesting. You don't need a Glock 9 pointed at your fucking head or in your mouth in order to make that happen. And if that, in fact, that were to happen, I bet you would be shitting yourself. You would not be able to think straight. You would be too worried about the fact that you are going to die if you cannot do this job properly, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. However, I would say that like the real life data shows the opposite of this when it comes to like economic growth and like industrial output. Like in both of the regimes that I've been like citing examples from, Miguel Primo de Rivera, Spain, as well as Mussolini's like fascist Italy, they implemented like everybody had to get a job, everybody had to contribute, and this like resulted in a significant increase in GDP, a significant increase in industrial output, a significant increase in like all of the various metrics of economic production. So I
Okay.
understand the hypothetical. However, I would say like within real world application, this is not the case.
Okay. Now let's take
Especially when it
this.
comes to like
Go on.
especially when it comes to like industrial production and like factory settings or just productivity right within the economy, right, like there's a lot of things that don't require artistic vision, right, and we still need jobs for that. We still need people to do that.
Correct. So
yeah.
So I have two different directions I want to take this. Let me start with this one. So let's say then, this is originally what I was going to tell you, but I wanted to make it more personal because you're a DM. You're not an artist. Like, you're not a drawing artist, right? But let's just say that, like, instead, we're talking about art, right? Like
Yeah.
physical pencil to paper art. Okay, now I don't know how good of an artist you are. It doesn't matter. Let's just pretend you're okay. You don't draw a lot. You just sometimes doodle. Sure. So if I come up to you, right, and I say, we need an artist, you are going to be the artist, and I'm going to put a gun to your head and force you to be the artist, right? Like, that's not very convincing, is it? Like, it's just threatening. You are just threatening people with violence, right? Now, if I come up to you and I say, hey, listen, I know that you're not like the primavera artist, whatever. I don't know if that's the right word, but like, you're not like a spectacular artist or anything, but here's the deal. We need an artist. You need stuff from us. Like, we can give you stuff in return, right? So if you're willing to draw this thing for us, this is what we'll do for you in return. Which one's more convincing?
Yeah, no, I mean the second one is more convincing, right? But I feel like this like argument, like you could use it against like any sort of like state mandated policies, right? Like say you have like a social democratic system where
Can't you?
yeah, like if you have like government provided healthcare, right? Like the government gives everyone free healthcare, but nobody wants to be a doctor, and there's like a mass shortage of doctors, but you like
silly.
desperately need people.
That's silly. People want to be doctors.
No, and like people would want to be artists, like within like
Yes.
any system, and within the
And maybe
like
you're
fascist
both.
systems.
Maybe you're both. Maybe you're a doctor on Mondays, you're an artist on Tuesdays, you're a farmer on Wednesdays, you're a construction worker on Thursday. The sky's the limit. You get to pick what to do that day. But like in my own house, I do that. We all do.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm a streamer. Okay. Yesterday, I was a nurse. Maybe later today, I'll go be a farmer and till the like. I literally have compost in my backyard that I till sometimes. That is farm work. Okay.
That's very based. That's very based. You gotta like give me some tomatoes or something.
So all I'm trying to tell you is the entire world could work like my house does, where you just have the planet as a home for all the people, and people just do what they will. Okay? People will naturally innovate. They will naturally work. Because, like, I clean my own toilets. Okay? I don't want to, but I do it. Why? Because I like having clean toilets. So if we have public restrooms that look like dog shit, a group of people is going to come together and say, hey, let's clean up this public restroom so that it looks nice and we can actually use it. Right?
Sure, I understand where you're coming from, right? This is like the anarchist sort of mindset, and like I just don't think it's realistic, right? And if we say that we can create like systems like this, and there have been examples of like small scale systems that operated in this way, and there still are in the world. However, there's still like significant problems. You could point to the fact that like society just hasn't organized in this way, right? And the idea that like hierarchies will naturally form, right? Like money naturally occurs, right? Like money was like the first like invention, right?
It depends what you mean by
I think you're gonna
naturally.
have like these things occurred organically, right? Like
Well, I
these
mean,
things occurred. Yeah.
we're all of this universe and of this earth, so technically yes, but we can also switch it up. You know, like let's say, okay, so evolutionarily speaking, right? Let's take this for instance. We have a population of moths. This really happened, right? This really happened. So I forget when this was, but I think it was like in Europe somewhere. We have a population of moths that are mostly white with some black, right? So the moths, they were white because the trees were white and it was good camouflage, right? It was like, I forget what the brand the breed of tree was, but we had white moths against white trees. It was good camouflage. The black moths usually got picked off, right? But there were a few still hanging around. They found a way. So what ended up happening was, birch trees, thank you. What ended up happening was pollution caused the birch trees to die, right? And the birch trees turned black. What do you think happened?
So these moths were like living in the birch trees and things?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure. I mean, did they leave the birch trees or?
The white ones began to die off and the black ones began to proliferate. And now you have a population that is mostly black over a couple of generations, right? It doesn't take long, right? So
Yeah.
now it's like 90% black, 10% white, right? It changed like that, right? Now,
Yes.
we continue down this line of logic. What ends up happening next is we put in restrictions on pollution. We say, okay, you cannot pollute anymore because we're killing the trees and turning them black. So the trees start turning white again. What do you think happens?
Was there an increase in white moths after that?
Go. There you go. So my point in bringing this up is we adjust. We adjust to whatever occurred naturally. Money occurred because we did not fundamentally trust each other. Okay, to give each other things that we need and take what we need, right? So money occurred as a placeholder, as a value holder, because that way a group of people who don't trust each other can have reassurance that they are getting their value, the value that they require to survive, to thrive, whatever, right?
Well, I don't know if that's like the biggest reason as to why money occurred. From what I've seen, and you can look up like the origins of money. Money simply occurred to like keep track of people's debts to one another. Right, and it made like keeping track of these things easier.
Right. We're keeping track. I don't keep track of what my wife owes me, right? Like monetarily or otherwise, or sex favors or anything like that. I don't keep track of that. We just do things for each other, right? And we thrive that way. Right?
Sure. I understand what you're saying, but I just don't think that this is really practical, and I don't think we've like ever seen any sort of large scale societies operate in this way.
No, we haven't.
We've seen like small scale systems operating in this way, but like large scale large networks of systems and civilizations, like that, this has never occurred. I don't think that it's really practical.
Okay, can you give an argument for why it's not practical?
Yeah, I mean, like my argument is that like we haven't seen this type of system occur, right? Like this type of like anarchistic system. We haven't seen it, really anywhere on a large scale. The various small scale systems we have seen, there's some of them that work, but they don't like they could be better. Like I would rather live in the US than in like Rojava, in Syria. And then, we've seen examples of, for example, the anarchists in Spain, right? They like for a couple of years established like an anarcho-syndicalist commune, but they easily got overran by like various other forces. Like in a lot of these examples.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Let me stop you there because you're right. They did get overrun by other forces, didn't they? If they had been allowed to just exist in a vacuum, they would have thrived, right?
Well,
that's
don't
why
exist
I say
in a vacuum.
Well, I know,
like,
but the Earth does, quite literally, right? Like the Earth does exist in a vacuum, basically. Like it's the vacuum of space, right? So as a species, we do live in a vacuum. So in a vacuum, communism works. And if the Earth is in a vacuum, then on Earth, with every human participating and cooperating, communism can work, right?
Yeah, like I feel like that this is like extremely, like you could say, idealistic. If we do get to this point, right, where we can. Yeah, I mean, I just like my question to you is, how would we get to this point, right? How would we get to this point, right? You would have to have like some sort of strong state. You would have to have some sort of like strong government come in and reorganize society. You would have to have some institution coming in and like flatten out the playing field to make this like, you know, ideal like communist system like a possible.
Should we not flatten
Right.
out the playing field?
I don't
We
think
should.
we can. I mean,
But we should.
I don't
right?
think
if we
can.
could, we should, right?
You know, if this specific like, you know, utopia is possible, then I don't have a problem with it existing. I don't think that it is possible. You know, like the whole idea
you-
hinges on this abolition of hierarchy, right? At least that's what I've heard from like various other leftists, right? Like communism, like the end goal is the abolition of hierarchy, you know, the abolition of economic hierarchy and various social hierarchies. I don't think that's possible. I think that humans will always organize themselves into hierarchies. Every attempt we've seen at this has resulted in the creation of newer hierarchies that are oftentimes worse than the previous ones.
Right now, okay, I need to wrap up because there's somebody else in the room, Arden, who wants to come up. Well, I
Sure.
scheduled a debate with him, but so just to cap this off, I'll say something, then I'll let you get the last word. But so we naturally form hierarchies, sure, but those hierarchies are either done by force or they are consented to. Right? Right now, we live in a forcible hierarchy. Because if I stop going to work tomorrow, I don't have the money to sustain myself. Therefore, I am forced to work. That's why we call it wage slavery. Okay? I am a wage slave. Most people are wage slaves because you are dependent upon the money that your boss gives you to survive. Right? So that is a coerced hierarchy. What I strive for is consensual hierarchies. I want some hierarchies in some places. I want there to be doctors who know what the fuck they're doing and are in charge of the hospital, and I want there to be nurses beneath them in some capacities who can hold the doctors accountable, but who also listen to the doctor, and the doctor usually gets the final say. I think that is a fine hierarchy to have as long as everybody's getting what they need and giving what they can. That's the bottom line. So to put a cap on this, as I said, the world is but a home in which all people live, and we are all one big giant family. And right now we are at conflict with each other. I imagine a world where there is no economy. There's no economy in my household. Like, I don't have a unit of exchange between my wife and me. I don't keep track of the sexual favors that I do for her and that she does for me, or what have you, or how many times she's made dinner. We just work together and figure it out. And I think that if me and my wife can do that, if me and my kids, and my eventual kids can do that, if me and my family, if me and my neighborhood could do that, my neighborhood could do that easily, then there's no reason that we can't do this on a worldwide scale. There is simply no reason. All right, you can go ahead and get your final word, and then I got to drop you.
Yeah, well, you know, I think that you know, this sounds nice. You know, this sounds like idyllic.
It sounds
However,
very nice.
I just don't think that it's practical to achieve this. You know, especially on large scale like networks of people, like large scale societal organizations. You know, we have these things in society within the collective psyche of you know, people. You know, we have things like money, we have things like hierarchy. And so given all of these things, you know, I would say that fascism and fascist systems have, you know, successfully and measurably, you know, propped up the working class. You know, it's industrialized nations. It's, you know, brought prosperity to places such as Italy and Spain. You know, it's modernized them. So if we're going off of like practicality and what has benefited the workers, then, you know, and what can benefit workers in the immediate now, you know, I think that fascism is the way to go as opposed to capitalism or Marxism.
Okay, I mean, it goes without saying I disagree, but we're out of time. So, Tosti,
All right.
we can set up another discussion some other time. I'm sorry, it seemed short. I like getting at least 2 hours with people, but or at least an hour and a half. But I scheduled all these very close together because I have something I was supposed to have something at 4 with Arden. Now I have something at 5 right after Arden. So like I'm just trying to juggle this as best I can. So anyway,
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
thank you very much for coming up. Appreciate you. You have a wonderful rest of your day. Okay.
Hey, you too. You too.
Alrighty, take care.
You too. Bye.
Okay, Arden, I know you've been waiting very patiently. Give me just 5 minutes to go use the bathroom, okay? I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Hush Chows from Chow Garden. Speaking of which, before we get started, I did sell my Chow on my Etsy page. Let me pull up a picture of him real quick. There we go. $375 dues for this lad. I'll post a picture in the chat. Hold on. Not the best picture. It cuts off like the little springy that it has on its head, but not bad. Not bad if I do say so myself. 375 smackaroos for that baby. Looks like a Pikmin? A little bit. This is base. Thank you. Okay, it's been over 5 minutes. We need to let Arden in. I've been very rude. Hello, Arden. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Doing fine. Sorry for being 20 minutes past our time. I get into these discussions. I started late, first of all, and then I get into these discussions, and it just keeps going. Ew, girl. Can you please not do that? Weird. Okay. So, Arden, can you remind me what exactly you wanted to discuss today?
Oh yeah, so last time we talked was like a couple months ago. Was about me being like a trans med and stuff, and then I just wanted to like ask and like go over like a couple things about like I've had a lot of people telling me like so like what I think is going on in the US right now, I think there's signs of a genocide towards trans people, whether if you want to take that literally or socially. Um, I definitely think that there are a lot of signs there, and I don't want to like freak people out, but like I think it's like a valid like concern to see all these points.
Okay, I agree with you. I think that there is a current and active genocide against trans people. So is there a contention that you have with me, or did you just want to dig into the details of that?
Oh no, I don't think I disagree with you about it. I just like it just seems like there's like more and more stuff coming up day by day, and it's been getting a lot harder to be able to um access stuff. I know that Trump was saying that like or like they were trying to put through the big bill that they passed. They tried to sneak in a revision to make it so like if any hospital receives government funding and they provide any form of HRT or surgery, only for trans stuff though. So like cis guys with like gynecomastia, they won't be affected by it. So AFAB people with breast cancer won't be affected by it. But if a trans guy wants to get a double mastectomy for dysphoria or whatever other reason, they would have their federal funding revoked. Um, I don't think that ended up passing through, but there was this one guy, I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's like a smaller, I mean, no one really knows about who he is, but there's this guy on Twitter or X, my bad, um,
Hmm.
called
How dare
Joey
you dead name it?
Moriando.
Sorry, who is it?
Joey Moriando. Um, he's a conservative, but like he's like very, very far, like basic like there was tweets from him a while back of him like explicitly calling for like trans people to be killed.
I see Joey Morgan, Joey Morosky, Joey Morris, Joey Morona, Joey
Let me see if I can
Joey
find him.
Moreno.
Yeah, I
Hold
think
on.
so. He's probably got like the whole like US Patriot stuff in his profile or some stuff. I don't
If you could find them, I'd appreciate it. I'm looking for them right now.
yeah. Usually I just like sit here and like um comment about how it like has like a fantasy of a ethno state. I just harass him a lot.
Haha, wait.
It's Joey Manarino.
Joey
My bad.
Manarino. Okay, that's what it is. Marinara. Joey Marinara, as I call him.
Yeah. There's very specific tweets from a while back of him like just explicitly like calling for queer people and trans people specifically to just be like prosecuted or sent into mental asylums or killed. And he's a nobody, but like, you know, like the percent of people that are like super anti-trans like that are such a low percentage realistically. But you know, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the Mamdani meeting with Trump the other day kind of gave me a little bit more hope as far as like stuff cooling down a little bit towards trans people.
Yeah, I know this guy is like not great about trans people, to say the least. How has it been affecting you personally?
Well, here in Michigan, I'm in Michigan. It's not too bad right now. We have our uh governor election coming up in 2026. Hopefully, I'm hoping to do some kind of phone banking or something with that. But I mean, like we've gotten like some anti-trans like legislation like written up anyway. There's this one specific person, I don't remember his name though, but he's like a Nick Fuentes type, um, that wanted to do like a whole ban on pornography, but also included like depictions of trans people in public as part of that.
Mm.
And it would be like a $10,000 fine or 20 years in jail or something like that.
So
It
yeah,
was a
so
very
your entire identity, basically, by that logic, is being sexualized.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's basically like, um, you know, I just like I don't really like understand like, you know, most of the time I try to like, you know, see where some people are coming from and trying to understand like why they like why conservatives like feel the way they do about certain things and how they see things. And um it's actually kind of funny because like my father-in-law came over the other day and dropped off some couches to me and my wife, who's cis female, and apparently my brother-in-law messaged me and they think that I'm female to male instead of male to female, which I think is hilarious. And they were like
Accidental ally.
saying like a lot of like weird like, well, they were saying like a lot of like transphobic stuff about trans guys, but
Oh
like, you
well,
know,
yeah.
like oh well, she's doing, and I'm like, you know what,
That's what I
I'll
mean.
take
Like
this as a
accidental
W.
ally. They're properly gendering you.
Yeah, it's like it's just like I so the the bill is Michigan House Bill 4938. It was introduced, so it's in an active session, but it's nothing huge. The person who sponsored it is Josh Shriver, and he is a cuck, to say the least. Um, so it
What's his name?
the uh Josh Shriver,
Got it.
SCHRIVER. Um, so basically the whole like base thing is like it's whole like the goal is to prohibit the distribution of certain material of the on the internet that corrupts the public morals, whatever that means. It's very subjective. Um, Prohibited material includes a depiction, description, or simulation, whether real, animated, digitally generated, written, or auditory, that includes a disconnection between biology and gender by an individual of one biological sex, imitating, depicting, or representing himself or herself to be of the other biological sex. So, yeah, essentially,
Mm.
like any kind of like any like drag queens, any cross dressing, any kind of like non like gender nonconformity, essentially, um, would be punishable to 10,000 or $10,000 fine and like 15 years in jail, which I realistically don't think that's even gonna pass. But Michigan has been leaning more right recently. We've
Well,
had
yeah. Go on.
um, mostly just because like Trump got Michigan. But I think it's mostly like the thing. I think Kamala just didn't do a very good job campaigning.
Say the
Here
least.
anyway. I did meet her once. She was
Really?
she came to Flint 20 during her initial like Biden campaign. Very interesting. She gave me distant aunt that only shows up for Thanksgiving kind of energy.
No,
Um I
that's not what you want from your politician.
no, she just like I don't I she was something else, but Whitmer, like, it's Whitmer's last term now. She cannot be reelected next year. She's had 2 years, and she's done a really good job of like um basically codifying um uh Obergefell and making sure that like conversion therapy was banned. Um the same guy that I was talking about earlier, Shriver, he also wrote up another bill. I don't know,
Hmm.
I don't remember what the number was for it, but it would. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, 4751 is what it was.
Hmm.
It was introduced, but the last action was in August, so I think it's kind of dead in the House right now. But
You never know.
it's to remove sexual orientation and gender identity as protected classes under the Civil Rights Act.
Great.
So
So,
like bills like this and like bathroom bills, obviously like bathroom bills are stupid. Bathroom bills don't work. They don't do anything besides put trans people and cis people in danger. We've seen a lot of cis women who look slightly masculine get beat up. We've seen trans women be assaulted. We've seen these bills who force like masculine trans people like who have been on T or whatever as pass as men being forced into women's bathrooms because quote, that's their quote biological sex at birth, and then they get assaulted for it. So like it doesn't solve anything, it doesn't fix anyone, and then it's such a small minute amount of people. I think they just want to try to find a group to scapegoat.
well, yeah, and it's easy to fall on trans people. They've tried a couple of different groups. I mean, immigrants is a big one right now too. It's basically right now trans people and immigrants are the two groups of scapegoats, and that's how fascism works. That's how the far right operate. Is they understand that people are suffering, and those people need an outlet of some kind. And if they were to direct that outlet properly, they would be upset at their politicians. They would, which they are sometimes, but moreover, they would be upset at their bosses, at the corporations that own them essentially and force them to go to work and create the problems in their lives, like not being able to access healthcare, having too much debt that you can't pay off, all these things, right? Not being able to have the time to spend with your children or do a hobby. Like these are frustrations that people experience day in and day out in our society. And trans people and immigrants are the scapegoats right now. They're not exclusively the scapegoats, but they're the biggest two groups that I can think of. And so, depending on your flavor, you might be more inclined to talk about the border and how people are flooding in to the United States or, wherever else. I know in the UK they're having issues with that too. People are flooding in and taking our jobs. They took our derbs, right? And they're making me eat tacos or something. And I don't hate tacos, but also pizza and burgers and shit, right? Like, it is America. So like that, so that's a very easy thing to do. And with trans people, it's the same way. It's like, okay, well, we just take it as implicit truth that there are boys and girls, males and females, men and women, right? And so then you have this new ideology coming along and telling you that you're wrong and trying to force you to use certain words and pronouns that you don't want to use and calling this big masculine buff dude that's wearing a dress, you gotta call her a woman or else we're gonna put you in jail, right? Like it's a very good narrative. It's good. It works. And also like you can play off you can play off of that by including the fact that men, cis men, I should say cis men, but they think men, right, are more likely to commit sexual violence, which is true, and trans women are simply men who are trying to do that under the guise of being a woman. It's a great narrative. And so you give these people these little treats, right? These little things that they can be upset about and pine over, rather than be upset at what's really going on, which is that your boss is fucking you. Your boss is fucking you. That is the problem in your life. So that's how I look at it, at least. I know I was rambling there for a second, but I appreciate you letting me.
You're good. I saw like also like last week on the 20th was Trans Day of Remembrance, and I saw all these posts online, and I was like just scrolling through the comments because I was just curious, and there was a lot of people left reacting and saying a lot of horrible things. And ironically enough, it is the same people that were bashing the minority of people who were making fun of Charlie Kirk's death. And it's just, I just don't really understand how there can't be like a double narrative. I mean, a double standard to that. Like, there was this one trans girl who took her life a while back. Her name was, oh god, I feel so bad. Charlotte something. She jumped off of a bridge and posted a photo on Twitter or whatever, like the day that she did. And conservatives did nothing but nonstop like bash her death. And it was so disgusting. And like seeing those same people like say like I agree. Like I watched your segment on people making fun of Charlie Kirk and saying he deserved it, blah blah blah. Like that's not acceptable. And I just wish that those same people that were complaining about people making fun of Charlie Kirk dying would have had at least some kind of empathy and compassion to not like ridicule like trans people, like especially like there's like Brianna Brianna Gay, I think her name was. Brianna J or something. She was in the
Brianna Joy
UK.
Gray.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know of her.
Yeah.
I think she blocked me at some point. I forget, but yeah,
no,
I know of her.
not her. No.
Oh, not Brianna Joy Gray. Sorry.
This was a trans girl in the UK who was killed at a park.
Okay. Yeah, I remember this. It was a teenager who was killed by other teenagers, and they targeted her specifically because she was trans and an easy target.
And like people were just like misgendering her and stuff in the comments, and it's just like, why do you guys like deliberately like just like I don't know how else to say besides like being hyperbolic. Like I don't want people to think I'm being super hyperbolic about it, but like there's a lot of people like in the Republican Party specifically, and like other conservatives that don't associate with the Republican Party, that want trans people gone in any way necessary. And it doesn't matter how they do it, as long as they get it done. Like I bring up this point with people and telling them about like, you know, Joey Marinara guy posting a lot of like super crazy things, and like I'm like, well, yeah, like look at this dude calling for the execution of like trans people, and like look at how like inaccessible healthcare is, and like technically like if you look at the 5 points of genocide from NATO, I think it was, or the UN, the actions taken by the Trump administration and the US are kind of falling in there. And people just think I'm being crazy because like, oh well, you know, they don't have camps yet. They're not mass killing people yet. Like, okay. Like do they really need to be killing mass people when in order for it to be called a genocide? Like I mean like no, like obviously not. Like
yeah. Like it comes in stages.
Like okay, like my bad. Like I ask those same people, like, okay, well, would you say like before they started, like, when the Nazis were like doing stuff with um Jewish
Right.
people, and like, before they did the camps and stuff, and they did like the Nuremberg laws and stuff and took away all their rights and stuff, like, are you gonna sit there and tell them like, oh, don't worry about it because that's nothing to worry about? There's nothing bad that's gonna happen to you? No, you probably wouldn't. So
Well,
like,
I don't. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know, like, I've just been like this kind of thing, like a couple of years ago, or like 2 3 years ago, when I first started like getting involved in like watching how bad like stuff got. Like, stuff was not this bad when Biden was president, and Trump's first term kind of enabled a lot of it. And since he got a second term, like, people have been a lot more open about being more hateful. And it just like, I just don't like, back in like 2022, 2021, 2022, Vosh was
Hmm.
like huge about like the whole like, make sure that you have connections with your neighbors and stuff, and
Yeah.
like, this is something that's serious, like, you should, like, like, watch out and like, pay attention to this stuff. And people just like sat there and made fun of them the entire time, and now look where we're at now. Like, there's nothing like the whole like, oh well, just vote blue and we'll be fine. It doesn't matter who it is. Like, that doesn't always, like, yeah, that's nice, but like, isn't there like anything else that we could possibly do about this besides just like making people more aware and like actually like, because like, you have Nancy Mace calling um Sarah McBride like slurs and stuff in Congress, and no one's doing anything about it. No one cares. Like, how far does it need to get in order for people to actually realize like how bad it's getting?
Well, the camps, right? That's their line. Once they see the camps, then they'll understand.
Well,
But
then
by the
it's too
time,
late.
yeah, exactly. There you go. I was just going to say that. Then it's too late. So we have to make them understand that genocide does not start at the camps. It starts at the insults. It starts at the personal level. You know, uh, people ostracizing their neighbors, or in this case, even the family members ostracizing their own family on account of being trans. Like, I'm not trying to compare apples to oranges here. The Holocaust, in terms of Jews being genocided, was horrific and terrible, obviously, but there is a certain visceral nature to transphobia because your family's not trans. If you're Jewish, your family is probably also Jewish.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's another element there that makes this especially personal, right? Like, so, and that aside, what people need to understand is it doesn't start at the camp. So how can we make them understand that would be my question. Like, how do we move forward from this? And we can talk about that if you want. I'm very like solution oriented these days. So like, if we want to make somebody understand, like, listen, the genocide doesn't start at the camps. It starts at the insults. Okay, let's take the word genocide out of it for a second. Like, that's what I like to do, is I like to remove the buzzword. Because the buzzword is what it's the trigger word. Let's even call it the trigger word. We remove the trigger word and we just talk about the concept, right? So like, Nazi Germany did not start with gas chambers. It worked its way up to that slowly but surely, in the same fashion that we are doing with trans people right now. Okay, I'm not saying that eventually trans people are going to be sent to gas chambers. I'm just saying that this is the same path, right? It starts with ostracization. It starts with demonization. It starts with conspiracy crafting about trans people, right? This is why people don't take genocide or accusers seriously. On God, I Love Water, I would love to discuss this with you at some point to get your 2 cents. I know that what I'm saying makes sense. I'm sorry if it doesn't to you. So, like, how do we make them understand this, right? Like, it basically comes down to you force the logic into their face, and if they don't accept it, then they're delusional, and you just need to let them go. That's how I look at it. So.
Oh yeah, that. I mean, there's been like a few people who are like, I would say like right adjacent anyway, who I've been able to like, talk about, and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, well, I see that, like that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it
I think it
only
starts there.
it only goes so far as to like for people who are willing to try to understand, people who don't want to understand and don't want to talk, then like and just repeat the same like echo chamber words and stuff that they have. I try not to waste my time with them, like those specific types, because I get really burnt out very easily and like just like
Sure. It's exhausting.
campaigning, I guess. Like I don't know, like big win for a smaller county anyway. Everything starts kind of locally. My friend Ella, she was running for a position. I don't remember what position it was. Of a county in Michigan. It's for Livingston County, and she's a very open trans socialist cat girl, like furry, right? um,
Right.
she only lost the vote by like 20%.
Really?
So the conservative who was openly talking about like how trans people are grooming people only beat the trans cat girl 20% more in votes, which is crazy to me, considering like that area is also like kind of like a very big like back in the day like KKK kind of spot. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's a city in Livingston County that was Howell was a very big um racist area and like very rural, very um all the same kind of people. Um no, not very like much diversity. So for her to only lose by 20% less votes was astounding to me. Like she did
Mm-hmm.
her whole campaign and everything. She spoke at events and stuff, and her biggest like that's the thing too is like she didn't have any like trans policies for the city. She didn't. That's not what she ran on, right? She ran
Well,
on
that's
making transportation more accessible, making the bus routes more
transportation. Did you say transportation? Sorry, go ahead.
making transportation more accessible, making bus routes further, taking more money from the budget to put more into making it more affordable to use public transit. And like that was her biggest thing. And she got a lot of people on board with it. And
Great.
I couldn't vote for her because I wasn't in that county, but she did good. And
Awesome.
I was very proud of her and very surprised of how well that actually worked out in such a small town that like people didn't really like people are too focused on like info and stuff instead of like what people actually like propose like because like she was trans like or well because she is trans like her like that's the only reason why people aren't like some people wouldn't vote for her. It's just because she's trans and not because like her policies actually would like benefit them and they didn't care that it would benefit them or not. They just cared about like her identity and that's it. And it
Mm-hmm.
sucks.
Yep. Some people have been brainwashed into that, and it's very unfortunate. But
Um,
it sound. Who is this person to you again? What's the relation to you?
she's one of my friends.
One of your friends. Got it. So your friend there. Um, it sounds like she was listening to people, right, and understood what they needed, and spoke to that. And so that it didn't quite run out over the profit. I mean, what was the other guy running on? Like, what was his platform?
Oh, he was like Second Amendment, like like the basic like not like against indoctrination in schools, all that propaganda stuff.
Yeah, so here's the thing. If your friend were a liberal, what would she do? She would capitulate to this narrative, right? She would start saying, oh, well, actually, now I'm not in favor of trans things. And the schools are bad if you think about it in this way. But I still believe in like certain things like public transportation. But I'm going to focus now on, I'm going to change my whole. Oh, shut up. How about you shut up? I'm going to change my entire narrative now and forego all of my values so that I can capitulate to this set of values. And that's a liberal's mentality, right? So how well has that worked out for them? What we really need to do, we can reach these people in a way that occurs without us forfeiting our values. And liberals don't understand this. If he's a gun nut and he's appealing to gun nuts and appealing to gun nuts is what's going to win, right? You can craft a narrative such that gun control is on the table and the gun nuts like it. Right? So like, let's say that your friend were to run again and she wants to focus more on the Second Amendment, right? So she starts talking about, okay, I believe in your Second Amendment right. Maybe she even owns a gun. I don't know if she does, but let's say that she does, right? She owns a gun. She's a proud gun owner. She can take pictures of herself holding firearms and going out and hunting and stuff and whatever, right? Like you present yourself very openly with guns. You make people associate you with guns. That way they know this is a person that likes guns. So of course they wouldn't get rid of guns. And when's the last time that you saw a liberal like run an ad with a gun in it? You know what I mean? Like it never happens.
It doesn't happen
It doesn't
anymore.
happen.
But the thing that I'm like, I'm not trying to be like doom or anything here, but like I feel like if she were to use the Second Amendment as a thing and do that, like I feel like that would just give them more ammunition to
So to speak.
like, oh, trans person with a gun. Oh, uh-oh. What are we gonna do?
Okay, maybe. But if that's the case, right, then you need to read that. And you need to show, okay, they like guns, but they don't like trans people with guns. Right? Like the image of a trans person with a gun is scary to them. Right? So we adjust. Now instead of the trans woman holding the, which, it sucks you got to do this, but whatever. Now instead of the trans woman holding the gun, how about the trans woman and her lovely, gigantic, broad, muscular white husband holding the gun in the ad?
Oh yeah, there you go.
There you go.
That's how you
there you go. Right? So you adjust. You change your visual. Okay, so here's the thing. My dad taught me this, and my dad's a filthy conservative, but he's a very smart man in many ways. And he taught me, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Right? And so in this instance, how do we show people that we care? Okay, they like guns. Trans woman holding a gun. Oh, well, they don't like the trans woman holding the gun because they don't like trans people. Okay. White guy holding a gun in the ad saying, I support such and such because she is going to protect my gun rights. Boom. Right? She's going to protect my gun rights and she's going to make sure that the bad guys don't get guns in their hands because they're going to be common sense gun regulations that make sure that you can, as an average Joe, can easily get your guns as you wish while keeping them out of the hands of dangerous criminals. Because we all want that, right?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I think like a lot of, I don't know, like I think like more like mental health checks should definitely be implemented.
I agree,
But
and I think most people would agree that. Sorry, I cut you off again. Were you done?
okay, now you can go. I just wanted to. I just remembered something about like my personal life stuff and like how like the anti-trans stuff is like affecting it.
What would you like to talk about that, or you want me to continue?
No, you can finish.
Okay. So, right, everybody wants a world in which, I can, well, in this world, I guess. Who's calling me? Who is that? I don't know. Um, like in the current United States, most people, the overwhelming majority, we'll just say everyone, wants a world where you can own your gun easily and fairly, and bad guys who want to do bad things or mentally unstable individuals who want to do mentally unstable individual things cannot own guns. Okay? And so
Mhm.
you can package that as common sense gun regulation so that you can have
Yeah.
your guns and the mentally unstable people or the criminals can't. And if you package it like that, you're appealing to pretty much everybody. And so you're just
Yeah.
going to win that way. And
Also, real
liberals
quick.
don't get this.
Also, like, real quick.
Sure. We got about 4 minutes.
Okay. Someone was saying that they do mental health checks when they do gun registration. It's on the form. Just because it's on the form doesn't mean people are gonna honestly answer that.
Yeah, is it enough is the question.
Um, Probably not. Just the last thing I wanted to say. Going back to um the main topic is like so I work at a country club in a very rich area. Um, I am almost sous chef level there. I'm a line
Hmm,
cook currently. I've been
nice.
there for about 6 months.
Congratulations.
And thank you. And uh, we had a huge PGA tournament, so like Professional Golf Association, back in August. And during this time, um, one of my coworkers, she is very anti-trans, and she didn't even know that I was trans until she one time found out. And
Okay.
well, she started telling people and started treating me differently, like snapping at me and treating me like subhuman. And it got to the point bad enough where the general manager, like I was just sitting there, like trimming lobster tails and stuff. And I'm in the middle of doing this for like 500 people. And the GM walks in and he's like, "Hey, I need to talk to you." He takes me in the back room saying about how like, "Oh, well, I know how polarizing this time is for you and like, like I just like I might not understand it, but I am here for you and like, we're going to make sure that this is a safe place, but I just want to let you know like I've had 3 different people contact me and contact the club via emails, text messages or calls um saying, "Hey, there's a trans person that works for you." So
Oh
I've been
no.
doxxed, and I don't know how that's happened, but, like, I've been real skeptical because of, like, the, like, environment, and, like, there's, like, very, like, obviously, like, mostly, um, most of the rich people that are there are white, right? And, it's just, like, they're also, like, right-leaning as well. So, like, like, I'm just, like, scared because like, we also had that Grand Blanc, I don't know if you saw it, the, church shooting that happened.
I think so. It sounds familiar.
It was at a Mormon church. Um, I literally work right down the road from there, and
Oof.
so like that, like seeing that happened scared me a lot. Um,
Yeah.
and like I don't know, like I tried to explain to the person who's like harassing me and stuff. I'm like, dude, like there are serious consequences for stuff like this, and you just treating me unfairly and telling everyone about me being trans working here, like puts me in danger. Also, like, I was scared for like 2 weeks to go to work every day because I'm like, well, I hope I don't die today. And that is not a world that we should have to live in.
I have a little bit more time because the person I need to talk to at 5 is running late. So let me ask, what what did she respond with? What did she say to that?
She basically just like kind of like rejected everything and said like it wasn't her who did it, but like she's the only one that like literally like she was talking to my boss who's my executive chef and she was telling him like I can't take Arden seriously. Like he thinks he's a girl and comes in with makeup on and blah 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 blah. And my boss is just like, who cares? Like who cares? I don't know
Well, it
why
sounds
you
like your
care so
boss is
much.
on
It
your
doesn't
side.
affect. Yeah, he is. I'm very
Good.
surprised about that.
That's great.
He's like, it doesn't matter. Like, I hired her because she knows how to do her job, and uh, anything else should not concern you.
Great.
I'm like, well, that's nice.
How do you feel right now about your current work situation? Like your boss is on your side, which is great, but this person still works there, I assume. So what is it like going into work? Like what are your thoughts going into work and being around this person? How does that make you feel?
Um, well, I've actually been laid off since October 17th.
I'm
Um,
sorry.
no, that's okay. I like walked in to work and I'm like, oh yay, we have a whole new rotation menu because we have a seasonal menu because it's fall now. And then they're like, oh hey, this is your last day, by the way, for a while. I'm like, oh, thanks for telling me ahead of time. I appreciate that. Um, but I go back December 2nd, so I only got another week. But I think it's been a long enough time, like things have been able to like calm down and stuff. I think if you just kind of like if we just like mind our own business and like honestly like that's the thing that I told her is like you don't have to like me, you don't have to understand me, you don't have to accept me. Like that's fine. I'm not here to change your mind about that. I'm here to work, you know. I'm here to be on the line and do whatever chef needs me to do. And if you need help, even if you don't like me, I will help you because I am here. Like I said, like I'm here to do my job, and I'm putting that aside because this stuff's got to get done. And if you're drowning over here, let me know, and I'll come over and help you.
It's very big of you.
Trying to be the better person here, you know. I don't really want to like be anxious anymore, having to go into work and like, you know, it's already bad enough because like, you know, you have like a reservation for 70 walking in, you know, like it's
Yeah.
crazy how bad it can
Enough things to
get.
worry
So like,
about.
yeah, so like, you know, I just kind of like keep to myself a lot of the time. Um, I was at work when um the assassination on Charlie Kirk happened, and
So was I.
I mean everyone was like freaking out and like everyone was like talking about it, and I saw the uncensored video. Wish I didn't see the uncensored video, but I did, and
I as well did. I did it by choice. I wanted to see it.
it was rough.
Yeah.
Could not
Made me
could
rethink some
not.
things.
Yeah, I was like I was I wasn't happy. I was scared because now this sets a precedent for a lot of more horrible things to happen.
Mm-hmm. It changed
Um,
my entire fucking life. That's not an exaggeration.
did you I don't remember if you said this or not, but have you ever like met him or talked to him?
I did not. The only one of any prominence that I've, well, similar prominence, I should say, that I've spoken to was Matt Walsh, um, but
Oh
not
yeah, I
Charlie
remember
Kirk.
that.
Yeah, yeah. But it changed my entire life because I realized, you know, in another world that could have been me. I used to be a conservative. I'm a commentator currently. I'm not anywhere near the size of Charlie Kirk, but if I really, really put my nose to the grindstone and wanted to talk to Charlie Kirk, I could have figured out a way to, you know. And I relate to him on some level. So I saw that, and it got the cogs turning in my head. And I know I'm getting off of what you were saying, but long story short is, it made me really rethink everything. And, you know, I came to understand that Charlie Kirk died quite ironically. Like, he preached, like, he died from exactly what he preached. And I don't like that. So I decided I'm going to embody everything that Charlie Kirk was against. I'm going to be empathetic. I'm going to be kind. And I'm going to treat people. I think the one thing that Charlie Kirk did do is during conversations, he treated people pretty charitably. I think that he was pretty
I
good at
agree.
that.
He wasn't very like like even though like I definitely think that he was a fascist. I think that he did respect people when he was talking to them, though.
Yeah, so he was against empathy. He didn't even believe it exists as a concept. So basically, the main thing I should say, not everything he's against, but the main thing is empathy. I decided I'm going to embody empathy. And at first, I didn't really take it that seriously. I was just like, oh, yeah, I'm going to be nice to people, whatever. No, the more I thought about it, and the more that I tried to approach people understanding that they are not the bad guy in their own story, the more my life started to change, the more my perspective started to shift. And I thought that of myself first and foremost. I was like, well, wait a minute. If nobody's the bad guy in their own story, that includes me, everything that I do and say is directed towards some positive goal, even if it's a mistake or an accident. So I need to have some confidence in myself, which is called, or empathy for myself, which is called confidence. And then that spread out to everybody around me, and I understood that everybody feels that way. Like, nobody thinks they're the bad guy in their own story. So why not just approach people with that method? And that it's kind of the antithesis of what Charlie Kirk even stood for, in a way. So it's funny, by trying to get one over on Charlie Kirk, I ended up turning around and empathizing with him. So, ironic how that works out. But anyway, we were talking about, so you were at work, Charlie Kirk happened, and then what was the result of that? We got about 3 minutes left before I got to hop off.
I mean, I don't know, like everyone was just like freaked out and couldn't believe that it was happening, and I could not breathe. I was like shocked. I was like, I just stopped what I was doing, and I just had to like step outside for a minute because I'm like, I cannot, like, a whole bunch of dread and anxiety just like overfilled me for a whole like 10 minutes, and I'm just like, this is crazy to think like something like this would happen. And I don't know, like, not just for like having respect for like other people's lives and like, their families and stuff, and like other conservative commentators who have a lot of power, but like I was also scared because what if the person that did it was a trans person, and that was going to make stuff a lot worse.
I mean, he was literally like allegedly dating a trans person, or like had a trans roommate, and people started blaming trans people because of that. Like, it's
Like, it doesn't
insane. Like
even matter. It can be
it doesn't even have to be
association.
a trans person. Like, somehow people are going to find a way to blame trans people. It's ridiculous. And people are convinced there's no trans genocide. Okay, dude. All right. Sure. So I
I
hear
guess
what
the
you're
best thing
saying.
that you can do is just stay optimistic, and don't be doomer. And
It's a good message.
um oh I've been like the guy that proposed those very strict anti-trans bills, like I've been like blowing up his voicemail and stuff,
Good.
and
Keep it
like
up.
sending him emails and stuff, and the other people that are sponsoring that bill. um that's really all that I personally can do, because I'm not really in the headspace or like the knowledge enough to be able to run for any kind of thing in Michigan. Not yet anyway, maybe one day. But I don't know.
Hmm.
Like,
I think you
I'm
could.
just
I think if you really put your mind to it, you could. If you want. Yeah, no pressure, but I think you could. You seem like a very well-meaning individual. People, you don't, like I said, right? What did I say? People don't care how much you know, but they know how much you care. And you clearly care a lot. And I think people would definitely get that vibe off of you if you were to run.
I gotta start local and then,
Mhm.
go from there, because jumping straight to state is not a good idea.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, Trump ran straight to federal, but he's
Yeah,
rich, so
yeah, he
um,
also, has money and
local's usually the way to go. But I think he could do it for sure. Anyway, and we got to wrap up. So, any final statements before I let you go?
I don't think so, other than any I guess like the only thing that I would say is that if it gets to a point where anyone who's watching is also trans and is thinking about doing DIY HRT, if it gets that bad, please just make sure that you research it and know what you're doing before getting into that, because that can be very potentially dangerous. And
Yeah.
just stay safe as much as you can, I guess. I don't really know what else to say besides that. You
Perfect.
don't have to pretend to be like, you don't have to like, don't let them like scare you back into like not being yourself or presenting yourself the way you want to be presented. Who cares? You keep being you guys, you keep being yourself, and just stay safe.
It's a good message to end on. All right. Arden, thank you very much for coming up. I had a pleasant conversation. I hope you did as well.
Of course. Always.
All right. You have a wonderful rest of your day, okay?
You too.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. I have one more conversation to do. Connor, I understand that you would like to come up. Let me get this conversation done with this next guy, and he's my last scheduled one for today. If you want to hang around until then or come back later, you can come back around 6 p.m. and I will pull you up. Deal? I know you've been chatting a bit and you're really wanting to come up and discuss something, so by all means. All right. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then we will pull in our next guest as soon as he comes in. Be right back. Okay, I return. We have another call, a scheduled call. Should take about 45 minutes to an hour. Let me see if I can get this figured out real quick. Because I have to do, I guess, this guy's website and Discord at the same time, so it might take some setup here. Okay, looks like we got it. Hold on one second. Okay, let me just do this.
Testing. Can you hear me here?
Yes, I can. Give me just a second.
Perfect. I'm just gonna roll here. Like that. And if you refresh the link on your end, I'll be able to hop in.
Okay, cool.
via
Then let me do
Discord.
that. Yeah, it gets choppy when I stream stuff still. I don't know why it does that.
Are you on like gig speed internet there?
No, it's not my internet. It's fucking sorry, don't know if I can swear, but the software, I think, like, or software, hardware, or something. It's not my internet. It just gets laggy for some reason. But okay, I need to refresh the invite. You said.
Yeah, it shows expired link when I go to hop in.
Okay, try that.
Perfect. Skip. Let's see, how do I get camera on here? Full 2. It shows audio suppressed. I think you have to Yeah, it just shows as I do not have permission to speak on this channel.
No, I got you. Hold on. One sec. Yeah, I gotta invite you up.
Awesome.
Or stop recording. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. Do you want your camera on for my end, or do you care?
Yeah, let me pop that. Awesome. Let's actually move to my chair.
Okay, I'm going to mute you on the website.
Perfect.
You know what? I'll just keep you. I'll mute you on Discord. No, I can't do that because then people won't be able to hear you. Let me mute you on. How do I mute you on the website? Or can I turn off my audio somehow?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'll do. Okay, can you talk now?
Yep. If I'm talking here, does that sound good?
I think it does now. Okay, I think we're good.
Perfect. Let me adjust one brightness thing here.
Perfect. What were you all
Cool.
debating anyways? We were debating all kinds of stuff. So
Boom. Riverside is rolling here. Coming through good on your end. So I'll sort of just lead us through hearing your background, Catholicism, and all of the debates that you've been up to.
yeah, sure. So hi, my name. Are you live right now?
Yeah, I'm rolling here. Let me do a
Great.
quick intro, which will technically be for my podcast, and then we'll hop in.
Okay, great. So my name is Alec Gunter. I am a political influencer on YouTube. My main job is a registered nurse. I'm studying to get my psychiatric nurse practitioner license, and I have been doing politics streams and uploading videos for the better part of 3 years now. I think it's going on 4. It's been a while, and I've learned a lot through that time. And lately, I've been doing a lot of discussions, a lot of debates, and we can get into like my most recent philosophy on politics if you want. But you asked about my Catholicism as well, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
sure.
because all of my channels based around Catholicism. I went deep down like the rabbit hole when I was a teenager, and now debate that. I think I was listening to some stream, and you'd mentioned a Catholic background, and I've always been hunting for guests with a Catholic background. So tell me a little bit about what Catholicism looked like for you growing up, and how that sort of influenced you in your formative years.
Sure, I'm more than happy to do that. For my stream, do you mind introducing yourself and
Yeah.
just, yeah.
Yeah, so my name is Cade Bradley. I run a main YouTube channel doing video essays, and then a second podcast channel doing a number of discussions and debates with people who are still very Catholic, and then people who have deconstructed and are experts in philosophy or science or whatever, what have you. This I think I've been posting for like a yearish now. Got into the Jubilee debates, and have done with Jordan Peterson and with Michael Knowles. There was 2 other ones that were supposed to come out this year that got moved for some things that are happening in politics. But the bulk of my work is on YouTube and apart from Jubilee. Yeah, so it's I should say, for my actual like story of a background, I was raised in a sort of middle of the road Catholic family. As a teenager, went deep down the radical Catholic rabbit hole. Was going to the Latin Mass, discerned to become a Catholic priest. Ended off going off to a very conservative Catholic college to get my degrees in theology and philosophy, and then about 3 years deconstructed and realized we didn't really have good belief or good reason to believe in particular things. And then about a year ago, I was like, well, I should yap about this on the internet because there's very few like ex-Catholic channels. And I've done a number of things under the sun, but that's sort of the short version of my own background.
Great. So what do you identify as now? Atheist?
Yeah, I use the term atheist in titles and thumbnails and discussions, just to sort of simplify things. My actual position would be igtheism, which is to say that the words and ideas that we use about God are so complicated and unclear that we can't make knowledge claims about God. So I don't say that, like, I know if there is a God or not, but I say I am pretty confident that there are no good reasons, at least that I've found, for me to believe in a God, and thus I sort of suppose that there is not a God. Even though, sure, could God be tricking all of us? Sure. What's the reasonable thing? I think is not being dogmatic in one's philosophy.
Cool. I appreciate it. So I guess it's my turn. I'll go ahead and talk about my background in Catholicism. So I grew up Catholic. I live in Ohio, where a lot of Germans immigrated. So my grandpa came here from Germany, and he had kids here, and those kids were Catholic, and so I was raised Catholic as well. My dad was raised and grew up Catholic. My mom is more of from a hillbilly background, so she's more Protestant, or she was at least, and then she married my dad and became Catholic. So I grew up Catholic. I was a Catholic the majority of my life. It just made sense to me. God was everything. Like he was always watching. There was always like a weird relationship between me and God, where it's like, yes, I love him. When I thought of God in a good way, what I thought of was Jesus. When I thought of God in a bad way, what I thought of was Yahweh. Like Yahweh was the guy, and I didn't have the words at the time to describe it, but Yahweh was the guy that I was scared of and did not like. Jesus I liked. I thought that he was chill. I liked his philosophy on love and acceptance and turning the other cheek and whatnot. And I did not like and appreciate Yahweh's call to violence, frankly. Like, he was seemingly always doing bad things and tricking people and manipulating people, and I didn't like that. So it just confused me. And, you know, for a long time, I just kind of lived with these two kind of conflicting ideas of God in my head and just accepted it. I got to high school. I went to St. Xavier High School in Cincinnati. It's a Jesuit school, right? So it's not Catholic, I don't think. It's Jesuit. It's like a branch of Christianity. I think it's a branch of Protestantism, but I'm not sure.
Jesuits are fully Catholic.
Okay,
They
never
work
mind then.
outside of the most structure of like the Diocese of Cincinnati has like their churches. The Jesuits operate like directly under the Pope in a certain sense, and so they're very Catholic. Most Catholics hate them, which is say most conservative Catholics hate them and accuse them of not being Catholic, but they
Yeah.
are technically still very Catholic, and dare I argue, a much better version of it than a lot of churches out there.
Yes. So we learned a lot of, and it's funny because like that's where I started to open up to other ideas and understand that, like, you know, being gay maybe it's not a sin. You know, maybe it's okay to explore my feminine side a little bit, or you know, or like maybe I'm not eternally damned if I don't go to church every Sunday. You know, just like things like that. Exaggerating a little bit, but you get my point.
How conservative was the Catholicism you were raised in? Like for my family growing up, we went to church most weekends, but we never really talked about gay marriage. Like never came up at church, and so it wasn't exactly a liberal version of Catholicism, but it wasn't a particularly political one. Versus, I know some families, church is something they only do a few times a year, but they might still hold very conservative views of like, and God says we can't vote for gay marriage, even though we haven't been to church in like months at this point. Yeah, how political, for lack of a better term, was the Catholicism you were raised with?
Well, that's complicated because my parents, I remember most of it, the religious stuff from my dad. Um, he's kind of an artsy fartsy guy, right? So he's like, and he was kind of the stay at home dad too. So like and mom was the worker, so he kind of had an untraditional role of caretaker. And I feel like that always made him kind of an enigma in my head because he's like this bastion of masculinity and Catholicism and traditional masculine roles and whatnot. But then at the same time, he's like being the stay-at-home dad. So I'm just like, where does that make sense? I don't know. But he never was like a hateful guy. I don't think that he has hate in his heart. I do think that he is confused and misunderstands people a lot. I think that he is very smart in some ways, very dumb in others. And what was the original point again? I'm sorry, the original question.
Yeah,
How
just
conservative
how
was it?
political. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was always listening to like Rush Limbaugh, right? So Rush Limbaugh, Fox News, Tucker Carlson, Bill, what's his fuck, you know, like those people. Can I swear? Sorry. I didn't
Absolutely.
ask. Okay, great.
I've had a number of some of the craziest conversations ever on this podcast, so
Gotcha.
there's
Bill
nothing
O'Reilly.
you can't talk about.
Bill O'Reilly. So those
O'Reilly.
types. Yeah, those types.
Mhm.
Glenn Beck. I got a Glenn Beck book for my birthday when I was like 12. Like that's how bad it was. But what's funny is it was never like it was tied to religion. Excuse me. I'm still getting over a cold. It was tied to religion, but like not all the time. You know, like like the global warming thing, right? Like my dad was real big on like, it's fake, you know, and there's no global warming. Look around you. And every time it would snow, I'd be like, how's that global warming for you? The liberals take that. But, you know, he's like one of those types. But I think that he's conservative as a result of being Catholic, but I think in his brain, it's the slightest bit disconnected from each other. Because he also had I have a grandma, or I had a grandma. Sorry, she's passed. And her, like she was a cloistered nun. After my grandpa passed when my dad was 12, so I never met him. I never met my grandpa. My grandma became a cloistered nun after everybody moved out, after all the kids moved out. And she lived in Nebraska, and every once in a while she would come to visit. And she was just like the nicest, sweetest, most generous, forgiving person that I've ever met. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Not like those mean nuns that you see in the schools, you know? And it's funny because
people with rulers.
Exactly. Never. Like she would never raise a hand to anybody. She was just the gentlest soul. And it's funny because my dad, I think there's a part of him that there's a big part of him that wants to be more like that, and he just can't do it. Like he worships the ground that my grandmother walked on, but he just can't bring himself to be that type of person that is just endlessly charitable, loving, forgiving because of his political ideology. So I think there's two conflicting ideals in Catholicism. There's love and accept everybody, which is on one side, and that's the part that my grandma loved to embody. And then there's follow God's rules, which is the other side. And those two don't always play nice. So my dad's trapped somewhere in the middle there. I think that my grandma was very much more on the love and accept everybody side. And so as far as that pertains to conservative ideals, it made a very confusing worldview for my dad and for myself, because I thought to myself, well, okay, we're supposed to love and accept gay people, for instance. How do I do that while telling them they don't have the same rights as me? You know, like it's always that conflict.
So it sounds kind of like your your dad was both conservative and Catholic. Not that those two things were the exact same, because I know some Catholics that like all they read are church documents and like conservative Catholic influencers, and their conservatism is very much based out of religion. Versus there's some people who are sort of conservatively religious, but then also are listening to the Bill O'Reillys and Rush Limbaughs of the world that sort of smuggle in a lot of conservative ideas with religious talk. But it sounds like he wasn't necessarily getting climate change talking points from the Sunday sermon at the Catholic Church.
Right. That was more the abortion part, but that aside, like that honestly though, that just to stick on that, like abortion is his big issue. Like that is the reason that he cannot let any of this go.
Fascinating, because where I grew up and before I went down the rad trad rabbit hole, I don't think I even knew what abortion was growing up, growing up, and was never talked about in a church context. And then it seems like the like early 2010s is when, at least in Minnesota where I grew up, like Catholic churches started really talking about the issue. Um, but it sounds like at least in Ohio, churches, or specifically Catholic churches, had been talking about abortion like in sermons and stuff while you were growing up.
Um, Very infrequently, but it did happen. Yes, I remember. Usually, it was some kind of comment at the very end, you know, where it's like during the sermon, it was like, "And this is why we respect life, and this is why we love each other, and by the way, abortion's wrong." Goes to sit down. Like it was kind of like that energy.
Sneaking in at the end there.
Yeah.
And so you'd mentioned it was starting to go to a Jesuit school, that you were open to other ideas and considering other alternatives, which I've heard a lot from people when they go to like a lot of major universities are ran by Jesuits, or Jesuit high schools that form you in how to think well about the world. Sometimes those conservative beliefs or dogmatic beliefs become less convincing. Tell me a little bit about how Jesuit schooling opened your mind to other ideas, and what role that may or may not have played in your own deconstruction or thinking about religion.
Sure. So when I was a freshman, and I'm dredging a lot of this up from a deep memory hole that I've stuck high school into, so forgive me. But when I was a freshman, we learned about the Bible. And I think the first thing that struck me was one of the first things we learned is the Bible is not all facts. You know, like there is mythology in the Bible. There's mythology and there's legend. And then I think at the New Testament is where they started to say, like, that's where all the factual stuff took place. Whatever, sure. But the acknowledgement that there were things in the Bible that simply were not factual was huge for me. Because I had never heard that before from like like I had heard that from people, but I'd never heard that from an official religious institution. You know, like there are things in the Bible that simply are not true. This didn't happen. Adam and Eve did not happen. It is a story that we made up. And it has value, but it's not that it's factual. And that was really interesting to me. So then that was like the first gateway that kind of opened my brain up to new ideas that I didn't consider before. We learned about a guy named St. Ignatius of Loyola. And I didn't think about him much at the time, but I want to go back and study him again because as I remember, let me look him up real quick. St. Ignatius of Loyola. Do you know anything about him?
Yeah, he's the founder of the Jesuits. Lost like part of his leg, or was involved in battles and lost something with a cannonball. And in the middle of his time in the hospital, had this big sort of like spiritual awakening. And a lot of his work is on the spiritual exercises, which are like imagining yourself in all of these Bible studies, where you're not just like praying to God, you're like imagining that you're really there at the Nativity. And he sort of founded this Jesuit religious order as big on education, big on missionary work. And then they've been operating for the past 500 years as sort of the vanguard of the church in terms of education and pushing the boundaries on science and understanding the modern world, which is why I mean, a lot of conservative Catholics don't like the Jesuits because they do talk to the outside world and they do value education and not just religious indoctrination per se. And even Pope Francis, may he rest in peace, was a Jesuit, much to the chagrin of many conservatives.
Yes, so he was a missionary. Like he traveled around a lot, talked to people, and got to know people. And I think that that involvement with all of these different groups of people is what made him special. You know, like he really did try to just open himself up to others and have them open themselves up to him, and he tried to understand them and meet them on their own level. And so I haven't really put this into these kind of words yet with Ignatius specifically, but I think that he is a big, like he is kind of a big inspiration for me because that's what I'm trying to do right now, is like open myself up to other people and their ideas and understand that everybody is just trying to get along in the world as best they can. And I think that he embodied that. And I think that's why the Jesuits, as you know, him as the founder, I think that's why the Jesuits just tend to be more progressive because they get that, you know, they are people, if that makes sense. Like they make themselves servants unto others. I think that's a special thing. I think that he was the first one who kind of, like, I really liked him when I learned about him. I need to go back and revisit that because he kind of opened my mind up to that idea of, like, again, just opening yourself up to people and having them open themselves up to you. I like that a lot.
I think so much of religious fundamentalism relies on like not seeing the outside world and not getting outside of your own bubble. And yeah, what I've loved about the Jesuits is they're still very Catholic. They believe all the things the church teaches, but they can't be as fundamentalist because they work in the mission fields. They see the world and they see life stories that don't or that contradict like a very myopic view of the world, that they're not afraid of the outside world, which I think is so much of what Pope Francis brought to his pontificate is meeting people that he might have said, you know, they might break church teaching, but he wasn't scared of the outside world. He wasn't afraid of talking to other religions. And he was still very Catholic, right? He was the Pope. As the question goes, like, is the Pope Catholic? Very much so. But he wasn't quite as fundamentalist, and he was much more balanced about everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so,
Go on.
yeah, and so I think so much of even my own deconstruction was getting to see more of the world and not just like the crazy, kooky Latin mass circles that I belonged in. And so returning to your story, so you're going to this Jesuit schooling. Was that for high school or for college?
High school. I did not go to St.
High school.
Xavier College. Like Xavier
Okay.
University, I mean. I didn't go there.
Nice. And so through high school, would you have still used the label of Catholic?
Yes. I think until college, I went to the University of Cincinnati for my biology undergraduate. And until then, I was using the label Catholic, yes. I had some different ideas, but that was the label I went by.
What about college? What about college had you reevaluate sort of that Catholic label? Was it just getting out of the house? Was it confronting other ideas? Tell me about why you stopped using that label of Catholic while going to college.
Well, it's hard to pinpoint. I know that, not to get too personal, but I was part of a specific interest group that is weird that had a lot of trans people in it. And this group of trans people were very accepting of me, despite the fact that I was conservative. And I got along well with them, and we had a specific shared interest, and we got along with that shared interest. And, I asked them a lot of questions, and they sometimes would, they would take offense to some of them. But, I was a dumbass child not child, but I was basically a child at like 18, 19. And, it was that. And then when I was in college, you see a lot of people of different races and of different gender orientations. And, like college is like the place to go if you want to meet like the blue-haired, non-binary, SJW, nose ring. Like, yeah, like you got it,
Vegan while we're at it.
Yeah. And those people tended to be the most fun, like they were just the people to be around for the most part. Some of them suck, but like you just saw this all the time. You're inundating yourself with it. And then I met this girl who I will not name, and she became, through some circumstances, my girlfriend, right? And she was very nice. She had some issues, but so did I, obviously. And so it came to a point where we were having unprotected sex, and I got her pregnant. So this was like the last pillar to topple for me. It was very difficult because I was basically coming to terms with the fact that I can either A, force this woman, who I know for a fact is pro-abortion and stated to me that she would get an abortion if she got pregnant, force her somehow to give birth to this child and then need to raise this child somehow without a college degree or while getting my college degree, or I help her pay for the abortion. That was my option. So I went with the latter. And frankly, it didn't even take me that much thought. She brought me to dinner once. I could tell something was up, but I didn't know what. And she brought me to dinner, basically tried to break up with me because she knew how I would take it. And I basically had to force it out of her that she was pregnant. So I hugged her and I told her, we're going to take care of you. We're going to take care of you. Because in that moment, all I was thinking was, like, I love her too much. Like, I have to do whatever she needs me to do. And that was what took priority. And so from there, long story short, I went through a lot of trauma after that. We broke up shortly after that because she threatened to tell my parents. And it was a whole deal. It was a whole mess. So, and I wasn't perfect in that relationship either. I did a lot of shitty things, but potato, potato, it is what it is. So, I went through this kind of metamorphosis of like, now I have to reckon with the fact that I did this thing somehow. Like, I need to figure out how to reckon with the fact that I may have possibly killed my own child. And that's not an easy thing to deal with. So, as I see it now, I did what I had to do at the time because I didn't see it as a child. If I had truly and honestly seen that fetus as my child, there is no way in hell that I would have gone through with that. Period. So, how can I force others to see it as the child that I couldn't? And that was the last domino to fall. And after that, my socialist sister decided to indoctrinate me into socialism, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, that's I remember when I was very Catholic and would have described myself as pro-life. I think the abortion debates are really simple if you're 14 and going to the Latin Mass and very Catholic, or if you're a stable married Catholic couple. That's like, if we did have another child, look, we do have a bunch of extra savings. I think in my own life of growing up and seeing how complicated these decisions around having kids and bringing them into the world, and that like it turns out the lie that I sort of believed or was led to believe when I was Catholic is that like a 4-week-old fetus is like basically fully formed, but just like shrunk down. Because I know a lot of pro-life people will always have the like tiny babies of like each size. And it
Yeah.
turns out that yeah, early stage is just not it's not recognizable, it's not independent, it's not anything. And I just don't understand the Catholic position now on the other side of like a one cell zygote, exact same thing as a fully formed human. It's like it's not even like intuitive on top of leading to a bunch of political ramifications. It's just not intuitive at the end of the day.
Yes. And so I empathize more, like I empathize with everybody these days. We could get down that rabbit hole, the radical empathy arc. But for lack of better ways to put it, I empathize more with people who see that cutoff at like 20 weeks or something, the second trimester, than I do with like the single-celled people. But I will say, having come from that, you have to like believe in the soul, right? Like it basically comes down to that every time. You can twist yourself in pretzel knots to say like, oh, science justifies this, blah, blah, blah. Like it's a human life. It's a human life. Even if it's a person, it doesn't matter. Like at the end of the day, even if it has a soul, honestly, like you can still argue this, even thinking that it has a soul. At the end of the day, what you have is a foreign body attaching itself to yours. And so you should be allowed to have that foreign body removed, regardless of if it has a soul, if it's a human, whatever. And I have yet to meet a single person who can give me a good argument against that.
Especially when you bifurcate the moral and the legal question, right? Because it's not even about like the nuances of when does, let's say, a fetus have rights, but more about even then the government, you have to hit an even higher barrier with the government to be the ones forcing people. Where I can see, I think even a lot of secular couples into later stages in a pregnancy do recognize that as their child and they can see it kicking and would probably be against like randomly getting an abortion. So it's not even like a moral question. It's more about the legal question that I always like to reframe debates around. It's that is the government an appropriate apparatus to force people to have this foreign body in them? And we know every time any amount of abortion bans pass, then doctors are afraid to provide health care, that women who are fully formed and adults are passing away and not accessing adequate care, that the government sucks on any sort of legislation on top of the already not great legal or the not great moral argument, which is, yeah, in up until 22 weeks, it's not viable, it's unrecognizable, it's clearly not conscious. So there's a debate there, and then I think once you throw the government on top, is like, man, I just don't know how we get to like abortion bans being a reasonable thing for the government to do.
I don't know. I mean, if you think that abortion is baby murder, you will find a way to justify outlawing it. You know what I mean? Like anything that you can do to stop it at that point is justified because you think babies are being murdered. So what else is there to say? You have to convince them that babies aren't being murdered first.
Yeah.
It's
And
true.
so you're no longer using this Catholic label, you're going down the socialist rabbit hole with your sister. What did leaving Catholicism look like for you? For some people, it's ignore it, essentially like get away from it, and that was my own journey for a few years. For some people, it's a much more like thinking through every single issue one by one. Tell me what Catholic deconstruction looked like for you.
I don't know when exactly it happened. There was a tumultuous period after my breakup where I was in a very deep depression, not only because of the breakup, but the abortion as well added to that. And that was my first relationship, and I was like, my heart and soul were so attached to this girl that I just kind of lost my mind for a while. Like I went through the steps, I lived my life, but I was in a very negative emotional state. So I think that sometime during this period of darkness, as I'm stumbling around, I kind of just, it's hard to say. Like, I had to let go of something. Something was holding me back. And I think part of it, at least, was this idea that the omnipotent God is watching and judging me. And so, like, I just kind of, during that period, at some point, it just kind of left. The more that I thought about these issues, the more that I learned about the world and how it works, and the more, frankly, that I don't like this part, but the more that I came to detest some of these views and the people who held them, the further away that I drifted from religion. And I became an atheist at some point. I was agnostic. I called myself agnostic because it's like, what's agnosticism? Oh, it means you're not sure, so you're in the middle. But then I was like, okay, I'm an agnostic atheist. Like at some point I finally said, yes, I'm an agnostic atheist. Funny enough, that's not how I identify now, but if you'd like to get into that, we can. But as an agnostic atheist, I think that, like, I reached that conclusion because, how do I put this? I don't know what's out there. I don't know what happens after death. I don't know if there's some guy pulling the strings. We can't know. That's the agnostic part. The atheist part of me told me there's no evidence for God, right? That we don't have what we need to prove that, or disprove, especially, that God is there or isn't there. And so you may as well just say, as the saying goes, flying spaghetti monster, right? So that's kind of where my brain was for a while. And, I still largely believe that stuff, but, it's funny because I've recently had like this epiphany of sorts where, like, I think that there is value to religion. It's not a coincidence that, like, everybody in, like, basically every society on the planet has some kind of spiritual guiding force to them. Like, every culture is attuned to some kind of spiritual belief. That's a wild coincidence, don't you think? Like, there's got to be something to that.
Yeah, I'm excited to dive into that. Before we move there, I wanted to quickly stop on, if you're comfortable sharing, about when you started using that atheist or agnostic label. Had you talked to your parents at all? Was there pushback from people around you for no longer being Catholic? Or was it like, I mean, he's out of the house, he can believe whatever he wants?
It's mostly my parents. I was a bit of a loner in college, so I didn't have a whole lot of friends, and the ones that I did have were through my girlfriend at the time. But so I didn't really get a whole lot of pushback from, like, friends or anything. It was just my family. It was mostly my dad, my mom kind of, but mostly my dad, who just was worried about my eternal soul or whatever. And, just like trying to tell me, well, you need to go back to church. Kids don't do enough church these days, and you're all atheist, and that's why you all are the way you are, and blah, 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 like just old man yelling at cloud type stuff. He was never, like, super pissed off about it, but he's just worried about me. And I can't fault him for that, I guess. Like, looking back, it was very annoying at the time, and I kind of resented him for a long time for it, because, at the end of the day, it's like, I think I was justified. If my dad thinks that the God he worships is going to send me to hell for having done nothing wrong, then how can I say that he loves me? And, like, how can I say my dad loves me? And therefore, how can I love my dad? And that's kind of where my head was at for a long time. So it wasn't like he was viscerally lashing back at me, but it was more like this subconscious, I don't know if I can ever have a normal relationship with him type of thing.
I walk with a lot of people who are leaving religion or even joining religion or coming out and navigating these conversations with their parents. And I've always said that there's a difference between, like, understanding and then feeling like you have to deal with something, where I think it is perfectly understandable whether it's a child leaving religion, and if you do believe that they're at risk of burning alive for billions of years, to, like, understand that. I think is integral to know where your parents are coming from. At the same time, it doesn't mean you have to deal with it per se. And same thing with coming out, where I know a lot of people will talk about their parents have to like grieve this version of their kid that they've lost in a certain sense, or this vision that they've had for their kid, or have all these beliefs, and to like understand and be gentle and not force someone to agree with you. And then also the value of boundaries is quite helpful in those conversations. So it sounds like sort of with your dad, it wasn't easy for him to accept, and it was sort of understandable where he was coming from. Has that gotten better over the years, if you're comfortable sharing?
I think it has, and also like, I recently, as I said, I don't identify as atheist anymore. And so when I told him that, he was like, "Oh, hallelujah!" Like I'm not Catholic either. I'm not Christian, but we can get into that if you want. But before that point, yes, like he came to accept it and leave it aside and just trust that at some point I would come back around, I guess. He swore up and down every time it came up, "Sean, you'll learn when you're older. You'll learn when you have kids, blah, blah, blah." Like, that's kind of how he came to peace with it, where it's like, he just told himself he'll get over it. It's a phase. It's a phase. He'll get over it. Pretty long phase, but
What Mhm. Was your sort of new epiphany and thoughts on no longer using the atheist label before you started getting into sort of streaming in politics, or has that been a much more recent thing?
So not to go too far back, but I did start YouTube as a Let's Player when I was in college.
Okay.
I have horrible videos on my channel, but years and years later, I picked it back up because, well, I was inspired by Hassan Piker. I liked Hassan a lot. I watched him a lot, and I decided I want to start streaming just like that guy, And so I started with video game streams because that was what I did for a long time. So that's what I knew. And streaming's different from making videos because like you're actually in front of an audience, you're actually talking to people while you like. It's nice for the ADHD brain. That's why a lot of us are streamers. So it's immediate gratification, right? So I started editing my own videos, uploading them to YouTube. I got an editor to start uploading for me. And obviously I switched over to politics at some point before the editing, and just started covering news articles and, going over my opinions on certain videos and such. And what was the original question again? I'm sorry.
Has when you or how do I
Right,
phrase
the
the question?
atheist thing. Yeah.
You've stopped using the label atheist. Did that happen before or after getting into the past sort of like 3-ish years that you've talked about of doing more political streaming and having some momentum?
That I stopped using the label atheist. So that was actually
Yeah.
very recent.
Okay.
That's like a couple months ago. So I had a lot of fights with my family this year, and I was a very angry, bitter, resentful person for most of my life. And earlier this year, I feel like I had kind of an awakening of sorts, and I'm simply not angry anymore. I don't get angry. I get heated sometimes, but it's just because I'm frustrated at some people for not being charitable to my position or understanding where I'm coming from while I'm sitting there trying to understand them as much as I can. They're not reciprocating, so it gets frustrating. But I was so angry at my family, especially when the Charlie Kirk thing came up, and so I was like riffing on it online, as some people were doing. The first joke I actually posted I think it was like the only really joke I posted was, as soon as it happened, and I hadn't seen the video yet, I posted, "Boy, politics sure can be a pain in the neck, can it?" Right? And I put that on my YouTube channel. And I'm not proud of that. I'm really not. I deleted it, but only because like my brother texted me, was like, "That is not cool. You need to get rid of that." And I was like, "Okay, fine." Well, actually I saw the video and then I deleted it because I was like, "Oh, I thought he just got grazed. Like, this is actually some pretty serious shit. Like he fucking died. He wasn't pronounced dead at that point yet." So I was like, "Oh, this is probably just another Donald Trump thing." No, that motherfucker died. Like, that was bad. So I deleted it. I started posting Charlie Kirk quotes instead. And I do stand by that. I think that we need to remember Charlie Kirk for the guy he was. But that got my family pissed off at me too. And this was not the first political argument that we had gotten into recently. So at this point, I was finally just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done with all of you. Done. Period. I don't care what you think anymore. I'm going to post what I want, and you're going to like it or not like it and just ignore it. Even my mom was like, she texted me. She's like, you're going to stop posting what you're posting online, or I'm going to stop helping you with school. Because I'm in school for my Sec NP right now. And I was like, okay, bet. Fine. I understand, Mom. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And that was the first time I felt like I had confidence enough to say no to my parents and like and not capitulate to my family. Like I truly had that freedom. And then there were some other elements that came in. Like I had a friend who I'm still not talking to, and we had a falling out. And I said some things that I frankly don't feel bad about. I shouldn't have said them, but like as soon as I was done off the phone with them, I was like, I don't feel bad about any of that. Like that needed to be said. And so I was starting to develop this confidence in myself, right? Like this self-esteem that I hadn't had before. And I was just kind of doing my own thing. I would go on TikTok debates and I would start like yelling at people, right? Like TikTok debates, you want to talk about some of the dumbest motherfuckers on this planet? Go to some fucking TikTok debate panels. Holy shit.
And it's always a place where people are so open to change their mind, and the dialogues on TikTok debates are always, moving arguments forward. It just, yeah, I have my own thoughts on TikTok debates, and I've just never seen a good one before. Like
Well,
random people, I just feel like isn't the move, but
hey, guess
yeah.
what? It was the move for St. Ignatius of Loyola, wasn't it?
Him on TikTok back in the day would have been, oh, I could see him, St. Ignatius of Loyola, like, we have good reason to believe in the Catholic Church request, but it's all a bunch of like medieval peasants. That
No.
I could see that working well.
But I jest, but also like it's kind of true, right? Like I threw myself into random groups of strangers, the dumbest of the dumb, the lowest IQ of the low, like just dumb as bricks. Just threw myself into the pile and just saw what happened. Right. And it was during this period where I'm like listening to people. I'm trying to be charitable to their positions, but I'm also getting uppity and I'm screaming and I'm yelling and I'm hooting and hollering. And, you know, I think the last time I really remember being angry at somebody, it was this transphobe. And it was, I called her a fucking bitch, right? You're a dumb fucking bitch. And then they dropped me from the call. And at this point, I had been kind of reflecting on like how I was coming off in these debates. And I did not feel good about that. Like I said exactly what was on my mind. And I didn't like it. I did not like how I sounded right there. I was doing pretty good for most of it. And I was being like, I was very annoying too. Like I was like this, I was in the chat like, let me up. You know, like it was really fucking annoying, but I just did what I felt like doing, and that was it. And what I felt like doing right there was calling her a fucking bitch, knowing that I would get dropped. And I got dropped, and I decided that did not feel good. I didn't like that. And so from there, I was nicer. You know, I started really trying to listen to people and hear out why they think the things that they do. And this was especially helpful because I'm getting my psychiatric nurse practitioner license. So like I'm going into psych care. And so it's important for me to be able to do that. Like understand where people are coming from and meet them where they're at. And so I started to embody this kind of this idea. And it made me realize the thing that is going to unite this country and this world and bring us all together is empathy. Like, we need to all understand that the person sitting across from us, no matter how much they disagree with us or what they disagree with us on, does not think that they are the bad guy in their own story. And this goes all the way down to Hitler. Like the worst of the worst people, 99.99 times out of 100, do not think that they're the bad guy. Or if they do, they have some excuse for it, right? And that basically makes them the good guy. So everybody thinks they're the good guy in their own story. No exceptions. So if that's the case, we're all the good guy, right? All of us in our own heads. So then why are we not on the same page? If good things don't happen as a result of an action that you take, You should learn from that and change your perspective. But people aren't doing that right now. Why not? You know, like,
It's a very Catholic belief of yours. Catholics, and it's still something that I've used to this day. There's this idea that humans can only pursue a perceived or actual good,
mhm.
which, even in the Catholic understanding of people who've, let's say, left religion, um, is to say that like there is some sort of perceived good. It's not that they are aware of things and actively want to usher in Satan's kingdom, or people who are sinning. It's not that they woke up one day and decided to be evil and are aware of it, but somehow the evil one, the adversary, has convinced people or has duped people into pursuing a perceived good. And I mean, you could see it a lot in, heck, even talking about toxic relationships, where there are things that are absolutely unacceptable to do, and it's a lot of the times because we're all scared, broken human beings dealing with our own trauma at the end of the day. And that's something that I've gotten pushback on my own platform of doing so many debates with some very crazy conservative Catholics, where people want me to hop on a soapbox. People want me to go for the slam dunk. Um, like I've heard some crazy, ridiculous things.
The owns.
And in a
Epic
certain sense,
owned.
yeah, epic owns where there's so many moments where I could jump and pile on. But gosh, it's like, do I want to change minds to get people to think better? Or do I want to get clicks? And those aren't always the same thing, is I think
No.
one thing that even that I've
Well,
learned from content.
well, and the thing is, you can still get clicks while changing people's minds. You know, like I've lost subscribers, but the reason that I've lost subscribers is because people think I'm being too nice to bigots. You know, like they don't, but I've only lost like a couple hundred out of like 30,000. So whatever. Most people understand my project and they get that what I'm trying to do is different and not blood sports. People are fucking tired of the blood sports. So that's why I say like it is not only possible, but like you want to be the genuine guy. Like it's the Joe Rogan of the left, right? Like people have been saying like, oh, the left doesn't need a Joe Rogan. Yes, we do. We need many Joe Rogans because what does Joe Rogan do better than anything else?
Listen
It's
to
one
crazy
word,
people for
starts with an
3
L.
hours at a time.
Well, yeah, it's one word, starts with an L. He listens.
Listen.
He is a extraordinarily good listener, like almost none better. And that's why people fucking like him so much, and that's why he blew up the way he did, is because he listens. And he demonstrates that listening because what does he do right after he listens? He changes his entire worldview to what you just said. There's no better listener on this planet than Joe Rogan. And that's why he is where he's at. So the left doesn't just need a Joe Rogan. We need many. We need people to listen, and that doesn't mean we need to change our views like Joe Rogan does. Where he lapses is that he listens, and then he's Hassan Piker describes him as a chameleon. You know, he changes completely to match the perspective of the other person. He empathizes too well in some instances. Like, he's way too good at it. So, like, he gets lost in the sauce. What we need to do is we need to empathize and understand where other people are coming from and listen to them, but then not compromise our values like Joe Rogan does. Okay? We can be that rock. We can be the people who say, no, I hear you. I'm listening to you, and I know that you're not coming from a bad place, but here's why you're wrong. We're going to walk through it step by step. We're going to shove reality in your face slowly but surely, and you can do one of three things. There are three options people are presented with when faced with an uncomfortable truth, okay? You can accept it and change your worldview, and that's what we're hoping for. You can challenge it because you think they're wrong, or you can walk away. And you can be delusional. And if you, like, that's what it is. At the end of the day, if you present somebody with all the facts and they don't believe you, they are a sick, delusional person. And I don't think that most people are that. They just need time to figure their shit out, you know?
I love that framework. I spent years as a Catholic apologist reading like all of the books on how to convince everyone of Catholicism and all of the social issues. And I've changed my mind on the sort of like end positions, but I still think there's so much that I keep of my approach to conversations from Catholic apologetics, like you're talking about, where people are sort of people are pursuing perceived goodness. People have the best intentions and we can still hold them responsible. Like I don't think any Catholic apologist is going to go, oh, we understand the other side, and so we're not going to do anything. It's to say that like we understand the other side and we can reach across some of these boundaries and sort of give people information to change their mind. And also in a very Catholic understanding of the world that like people need accompaniment, and for people to be pastoral. I was recently talking to a friend who's from Ohio of all places, and we were down on this trip, and he knows what I believe. I tend to keep like what I actually believe quite close to my chest in real life, which is very contrary to the sort of the platform that I run. And he was wanting to talk about trans issues. And my first thought was like, oh, conservative Christian from rural Ohio. He's all of 20. If he were 40, like I might hold him more responsible from his views, but to say like, oh, and this is probably his background, and like, can I listen? Not change my mind, but can I figure out where he's coming from and not expect him to change on the dot? There's a Catholic understanding of being pastoral, which is like it takes time to change your mind. It takes time to be presented with new information, and that sometimes making somebody change on the spot immediately makes them clam up more. And especially when it's like, and you're dumb, and you're misinformed, and you want to hurt people.
They get defensive.
They get defensive because we don't want to accept those labels. So I wonder if you've received the same pushback that sometimes I do when I say something like that, which is, but people on the other side are enacting actual harm. And I think two things can be true at once, a very both and Catholic approach, which is we can understand where someone's coming from, and also, like you said, not compromise, where I have like a lot of conservative Catholics know me and work with me, but I've never moderated on trans issues. I've never thrown trans folks under the bus. I've never like split the difference on big issues. But yet there's a huge chunk of conservative Catholics who listen to me and who have had their minds changed. So I've received that pushback of like, well, and if you're nice, people are going to be harmed in the process. Is that something you've heard? And how do you sort of respond to that criticism?
So the last part was, if you're nice, you're going to be harmed in the process.
Yeah, to understand, let's say, somebody who's bigoted, that if we understand and we slow our roll, the bigots are enacting real harm currently. And so we can't compromise because we need to protect people. I sort of have my own thoughts in reply to that. But if you got in that pushback, was like, we can't compromise,
Yes.
we can't be nice, otherwise people are
Yes.
going to be harmed.
Oh, 1000%. And I used to have the same criticism, not even early, like 4 or 5 months ago. Like this is a very recent change for me, but I think it's a big one. And I know it came very fast for a lot of people, but they need to understand that I'm not going back. Like, I am not that guy who's going to sit on my fucking soapbox and yell bigot at people anymore, because that's not what they need. And that's not going to change anything unless you fucking kill them. Like literally, that's what it would take, is to kill them. They would change more. Like, they'd be dead at least, right? Like, yelling bigot at them, it didn't change me. Okay, you know what changed me? Fucking some nice TLC from trans people. Okay, like, that's what it took. So, like, all I'm trying to do, right? My dad taught me a great lesson, and I said this earlier to somebody else. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And so I can sit on my soapbox all fucking day and talk about how trans rights are important, which they are, and you're a bigot if you don't use people's preferred pronouns, which you are. But like, and so you hear how I'm like kind of mockingly saying this, but I'm not compromising. Like I still believe all of those things. I just need to package it in such a way that it is consumable to my political opponent, because I don't want to kill them. So like, the only other option is to change them, because otherwise it's war. That's how it always works throughout history. And I don't want war. So what's the alternative? We talk it out, and the only way people are going to listen to me is if they know that I care about them. And the best way to get people to care about them is to get them to like you. All right? Or the best way to get people to know that you care about them is to get them to like you. Be a likable, nice, easygoing guy that is just here to listen to what you have to say and respond genuinely and honestly. And I can do that without compromising my values. I can do that without taking bullshit. I take bullshit less these days than I ever have in my life. Like, I do not put up with dumb fucking bullshit anymore. If you are doing that to me, if you are fucking with me, I will call you out. It's give no grief, take no shit. So I'm not, I don't like this idea that like I'm some softy now who gets pushed over easily by bigots, because that's not the case. If you're bullshitting me, I'm going to call you a bullshitter. But at the same time, I save that tactic for when you are actually bullshitting me, because there are some people that, like one I talked to earlier. Her name's Mary, the Mary Chew. You know, and she's a trans person, she's a trans woman, but she doesn't even call herself a trans woman. She says she's a man still. You know, she's like she took issue when I called her a Blair White type, but she kind of is. So, but she's genuine. You know, like she believes everything that she is saying, and she thinks that she's coming from a good place. She's not bullshitting me. So I was nice to her the entire time. We disagreed.
Earlier this year, I was on the Michael Knowles Surrounded, and I know a number of the cast members, and there's sort of discussion afterwards among the cast of, well, we should have been meaner to Michael Knowles because nobody changes their mind on these big issues. And I sort of piped up and I was like, I changed my mind on these issues. Like I used to unironically listen to Michael Knowles. In high school, I was listening to Ben Shapiro almost every day. When I was a conservative Catholic, I was protesting abortion clinics and I was standing against gay marriage and had some of the shittiest beliefs on planet Earth and was very open about them. In fact, everyone at my like 4,000 person high school know me as like the weird Catholic guy still to this day until I sort of made this platform.
Someone
And
said
so when I
Michael.
heard this person talking about how we needed to have been meaner to Michael Knowles because nobody changed their mind, I was like, I'm proof, and now I'm not just having left or gone down the moderate rabbit hole. Like I am one of the LGBT activists on the Michael Knowles Surrounded for Jubilee. Like I went from listening to this guy to now publicly debating him, and there's a bunch of things happening behind the scenes with Knowles. He keeps talking about me publicly and is
Really?
he's in like Ben Shapiro's
We're among celebrities.
Knowles has the Yes No show, and he had Ben Shapiro on and was naming me from the Jubilee debate. He's in a big talk with Dave Ramsey, has talked about specifically me. And then he'd emailed me after the episode to tell me that I should be Catholic again. And then once I said, awesome, bring me on to your show, like would love to have a conversation. Now he's been ghosting me for months, even though he keeps talking about me, which I find very funny, dare I say, cowardly to some extent,
Very
to be talking
cowardly.
about someone and then also be running from him. But hopefully that might happen. But all to say that like I don't think I could ever get to the point of wanting to dunk on people and assuming the worst of people because I've been through that. And I know that it is sometimes somebody who can listen to your bullshit and go, yeah, no, but I still love you. Because I think so many conservative beliefs thrive on the persecution complex, that it relies on how everyone's ruining our lives and
They're
everyone's
victims.
trying to destroy Christianity. And when it's just like, yeah,
Eternal
man, that's just
victimhood.
like not how it works.
Yeah. And you're not going to get through to a victim by telling them they're actually the bad guy and other people are the victims. Never going to happen.
Yeah.
There was somebody who said, Michael, no less. I thought that was funny.
It's
But also,
yeah.
like, what's so funny is, like, you reminded me of a story. It's a short one. I was a Redditor. You know, I was a Reddit debater back in the day, a keyboard warrior on Reddit. Well, for, you know, conservatives. And I was replying to somebody about how, like, I was in a car accident when I was, like, 8 years old. And, okay, Devin, stop or I'm kicking you. Please stop. I'm not pulling you up. Thank you.
For my podcast listeners, Alec and I are doing this on his stream. So if we're either both looking away or typing something, we have a sort of small private audience. Not to make papal illusions again, but continue the story.
Yeah, sorry. It's somebody who's being annoying. So I was a Reddit keyboard warrior, and I was talking about how I was in a car accident when I was 8. Crazy car accident. Like, car rolled 6 times. All 5 children were in the car with my mom, who was pregnant with another one. My dad was the only person out in the car, and boy howdy did he have a day. So, I mean, we all did, but, you know, my dad, I can't imagine being in his position. Like, that must be toe curling, to say the least. Like, put some white hairs on your head. So, anyway, I was talking about this on Reddit, and I said, by the grace of God, by some miracle, we all lived. And not only did we all live, but we weren't horribly maimed. I had some glass in my hand. My brother broke a rib. That was it. Like, those were the worst injuries. So, and also my mom's, the baby survived. My little brother, Evan. There he is. So anyway, I was saying, like, through the grace of God, this happened. And this person said, no, it was through the grace of the car designers. Like, they designed a very sturdy car for you. And what's so funny is I told this person, I think I was like 14 at the time, and I revealed my age because they, like, kind of clocked me. And they said, okay, well, you will come to understand when you are older. Like, just give us some time. You'll see the world for what it is. You'll come back and understand what this actually was. And, it's just funny because he was right. If he's out there somewhere, he was right. So if you're listening to this and that sounds familiar, hi, that was me.
That'd be a crazy
Congratulations,
for that person.
GG.
The prophecy has been foretold. Yeah, I found so many of my own thoughts on religion are informed by wanting to see everyone as the most reasonable that they can be. Like, I do use the term atheist, and actually am doing a longer video on, like, what precisely I mean by that. I use it more as a shortcut because of the conservative Catholics that I debate that, like, need everything to be black or white. And so I
It gets to
use
the point.
atheist for sort of because they're always like, is this someone, like, lying about their beliefs? I was like, yeah, I'll use the more extreme label. I think in conversations, everyone comes to take away my atheist card by the end of the conversation. But I think some of my own thoughts are, I don't think that religious people are unreasonable. I don't think that if they just thought about the issue, they would change their mind. And at the same time, I don't think that every other religion, as people are more or less reasonable by being Hindu versus being Christian, or being a conservative Catholic versus a liberal Catholic. I found atheism as sort of a shortcut of a term. But I think that we're all searching for something transcendent. We're trying to make meaning of the world. I always joke about how much of Jordan Peterson's philosophy I steal from his, like, pre-2010s, like, going conservative and going off the rabbit hole. His older works, like Maps of Meaning, before he got political and famous off of transphobia, but much of his older belief is to say that, like, religion is a meaning-making apparatus. We're all trying to make meaning of the world. And so it's not that religions can be inherently right or wrong, but are rather expressions of the values that we have, which I think if your approach to religion is a conservative or a dogmatic Catholic, that sort of means atheism. But I think most people, and even many Christians that I know, will say that I'm still Christian at the end of the day. But I've just found it to say, like, I don't know a world in which I can say everyone in the world is unreasonable except for myself, or that the only people who thought about any issue on any side, the only people who've really thought about it are people that agree with me. Which isn't to say that I think that I'm wrong or that I'm not confident in what I have to say, but I want to have a worldview in which I can see the most number of people as the most reasonable they can be. And so, yeah, I could go on a much longer rant about that, but
please.
I feel like that
I agree
allows
completely.
conversations. Mhm. And I think it also allows a much more relaxed approach to conversations where, as somebody who's an atheist, as somebody who is very progressive, I don't have to, like, shake people or to, like, choke them out or, like, manhandle a conversation
Yep.
into them being reasonable. If I can present the ideas and the stories that allows them to change their mind on their own, because I think that most people are reasonable. Now, I do talk to some people that have very unreasonable beliefs in general, but that's sort of the nature of having a platform debating conservative Catholics. But I think most people who are Catholic in real life, or religious in real life, or even conservative in real life, or on any side of an issue, if they can just see the information that has been held from them, they will change their minds. But, like, online with conservative personalities, like, they're not going to. And so I think a lot of people on the left or left-wing streaming will go, and conservatives in general won't change their mind. But it's like, man, we're seeing, like, the worst possible people because they're political influencers, versus I think most people are misinformed rather than know that they're misinformed and still hold to it. Political influencers, different story, but I think the average person follows much more along the misinformed with good intentions even if those end results may still harm people, that we need to guard against. But I don't think they're enacting these policies to cause specifically harm.
Well, I'll even go a step further. I think even the grifters themselves aren't doing that. I don't think Michael Knowles is purposefully and knowingly making the world a worse place to live, not even for his own benefit. I think that he's twisted himself in pretzel knots, mentally speaking, to justify what he's doing. But at the end of the day, he's justifying it. You know, he himself does not think, Michael Knowles does not think that Michael Knowles is the bad guy. You know, he is, but the bad guy never thinks they're the bad guy, right? So, like,
Yeah.
you know, for a long time, I thought that, like, the purpose of debate was to try to sway the audience, and it is. But I think you're just solving the symptom, right? Like, you're trying to, like, cure the symptom, not the cause. So, like, if we're really going to reach people, like, truly and honestly, we need to start going after some of these influencers and being charitable to them and their positions and changing their minds. And that's what I'm in the process of trying to do right now. This is a good segue with Platinum Politics. You know, I am partnered with Platinum Politics right now, and I do debates in here like this all the time. There's this guy named Remnant 777. A lot of people are upset with me right now because Remnant 777 sucks. And I basically made nice with him, and he's been promoted by people like Tectone. You know, like, not small names. Like, he is larger than me by a fair bit. But he and I had beef for a while, but now we don't. We are on decent terms. And this is a guy, mind you, that has said some pretty racist things. So, like, people don't like that. Like, I lost audience members specifically because of that. I've seen comments saying that I'm being nice to fascists. You know, I'm sorry, but that's where it's at. That's the root cause, okay? And now, Remnant doesn't think that I'm that bad of a guy. That's a great start in my book. And I've compromised zero of my positions. None. I still believe exactly the same things that I did, and I still shill exactly the same messages to my audience, and he thinks that I'm a nice guy. Great
I
start.
always wish I could show people the work that I do offline and off the record with Catholic influencers and officials, where the bulk of my work is online doing public content. And I mean, it's weird going from nobody really knowing who I am, and I've never really posted on social media. Even like my personal Instagram, I think, has like 4 total posts, and then this year sort of being thrust into now 20 million people have like seen my face, and it's like sort of weird getting recognized in public.
Yeah.
But people sort of see what I do publicly and think that's all to it. When the number of conversations where I have talked to these Catholic influencers because I've built trust, not by compromising, not by changing ideals, but it's incredible what extending an olive branch is like. When you sort of have these disagreements and go, awesome, let's hop onto a live stream and sort of, instead of launching videos back and forth, what if we talk this out? Or I've had a number of conservative Catholics staying at my house who work in the media world. And it's not that I said, awesome, I'm going to moderate on my positions or expect you to change your mind when you're staying here and we're having all of these discussions. But that's what allows for change. Because when our fight or flight response is activated, when people feel like they're in a fight, our brain capacity literally goes down and our ability to see multiple options on the table goes down. And so it's much harder to change your mind because you have entrenched yourself in it versus much more free-flowing discussions, ones where charity is extended, allows people to think. In the number of times that I've either hopped on debates on very conservative Catholic political groups channels, or had them on mine, where once they get onto a stream, they go, "Oh, you're very different than I thought." And I go, "No, there's nothing different between my streams and my actual positions in videos. It's that you're experiencing some amount of cognitive dissonance that I might have an intelligent position." And I think that the same charity must be extended the opposite direction, where policies are much more nuanced, positions are much more nuanced, and so much different offline and in real life than terminally online politics, where we do have to realize that everything can be a dog whistle. And the number of times in person where I've heard somebody use what is a dog whistle online, and you go, tell me about that, and they mean something entirely different, and they've just sort of like picked up these vestigial talking points, and not that they are the most terrible person ever on the internet. I think is a great way to start those discussions.
Yeah, I got to jump off of here in just a minute, but
Mhm.
I do want to end off on this. I have something that is called the mind cave theory, and I would love to go over that with you sometime.
Mhm.
But basically, I view all of society as sort of a cave, and we are all living in this cave together. Right now, a lot of people are stumbling around in the dark, unsure of where to go or what to do. And if you have a bunch of people who are blind in the dark, stumbling around, clawing, punching, kicking, screaming, they're going to hit each other. And certain people are going to find out that some people hurt worse than others, and they're going to be more scared of those people. Like, does this make sense? Like,
Mhm.
that's how society is right now. That's how the world is right now. There are a bunch of people stumbling around in a dark cave, just reaching out for anything to grab onto and make sense of what's happening. And in the process, they end up hurting each other. And they don't even realize that they're really doing it. So, what I'm trying to do is bring the flashlight. Bring the flashlight, show them that they have been stumbling around in the dark and hurting people, show them the damage they've caused, and then show them the path forward. And you were saying earlier, like, you present people with an idea that, like, people who like you, right, and they think you're smart, and then you say something that they disagree with, and they're forced to face an uncomfortable reality. You're shining the light in their face. The light burns. When you suddenly shine a bright light in somebody's face, you're gonna be like, what the fuck, like, that hurts, ow. And you need to adjust to it. You need to spend some time in that light and let yourself adjust to it. And the more that you keep shining that light on them, and they're, if you're shining the light on them and they're comfortable with you, they know that you wouldn't hurt them, they're going to be more comfortable with that light, and then once they're comfortable in that light and they can accept it and understand what has, the reality of their situation, you can start to, like, you can get them to help you, or you can just help them proceed. They can navigate the cave in the way that they see fit. Let's put it that way. So that's kind of how I view, what's happening politically in our world right now.
Well, how fitting for a ex-Catholic interview to end with an allusion to Plato, would be Plato's Cave is a perfect note to wrap
Mhm.
up on. It has been a blast having you on. I think I've followed. Remember, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago that you were on Jubilee? I think was the first time that
Yeah.
I had seen your stuff. I
I
have a
was called
very,
the
very good
cartoon
long-term
lefty.
cartoon lefty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have way too good of a long-term memory online. And so I've seen a number of things over the years, was glad to finally sit down and hear so many of the recent developments that you've been up to when it comes to Catholicism, religion, and navigating all of these tough topics. For people that are listening then on my podcast, where can they see more of what you're up to and yeah, your work, social media, any of that jazz?
Absolutely. So just first off, my manager just joined the chat, so I have to make sure that I shield Platinum Politics. I love you, Mace. And Platinum Politics is a great server. We got a lot of people here of a lot of different political persuasions. Obviously, no Nazis or anything like that. Just people of all different political backgrounds that are not dangerous or violent. So please come join us. Hello, baby. We have all kinds of conversations here. This is Winry, by the way. Winry wanted to shill as well. Um, so, but yeah, Platinum Politics is great. I'm a representative of them now, and this is where I do all of my debates and discussions. So if anybody has anything that they'd like to talk about at all, just talking, debating, otherwise, DM me. I'm Alec Gunter, AlecGunter on Discord, or you can email me, the Alecator, TheAlececator @gmail.com. And you can find me at youtube.com/AlecGunterTTV. I am uploading a lot of videos lately. I'm going to try to upload some more. My editor just quit their full-time job to be my full-time editor, which is great. So we're going to be pumping out some content. So definitely come check me out and join the Radical Empathy cult.
It has been a blast having you on. I am excited to see where you go from here. It's been an honor having you on.
All right. Same here. I had a lot of fun, and I think you're a really brilliant guy. I would love to talk more.
Thank you.
Of course.
Awesome. I'm going to stop the recording here and just make sure that yours fully uploads.
Sure.
Got all of 99%. That was a blast of a discussion. Perfect.
That was great.
Your is complete. Yeah, there's a number of things that I was like, oh, that'd be fascinating to say offline. So if you ever run into a bunch of free time and want to do something off the record, let me know. Otherwise, it has been a blast being on with you.
Absolutely, hit me up. We can just talk in private or play a game or what have you.
That sounds like a plan. Thank you. Thank you.
Alrighty, you take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too. Peace.
All right, take care. All right. Brilliant. I added him on Discord. Very nice. Yeah, apparently Michael knows him and talks about him all the time. So he's a great connection. I think that he would be perfect for this project, Mace. I think that you need to add him immediately. Okay. If you are in the Discord, thank you very much for coming in. Thank you for chatting, for those who did. If you were listening and would like to hit me up in the DMs to set up a conversation, you can do that. For now, I must go. My people need me. Those people being my lovely editor, Dubsy, who wants to play games with me. So I need to hop off of here. But thank you again for being here. Thank you for listening. And you guys take care. See you next time. Okay, that's the Discord ended. I do need to end the stream as well. It's a good size stream. It was like 5 hours. You guys got 5 hours. Now I got to donate some of my time to my lovely editor. So who's live? Oh, this tiny little Hassan Piker guy's live. I've heard he's an up-and-comer, that one. How about... Let's check YouTube. No Justice. No Justice is live. I don't get a whole lot of opportunity to raid No Justice, so let's raid No Justice today, shall we? She's always raiding me, and I'm never returning the favor. No, I wasn't monetizing the stream. God damn it. Whatever. I make pennies. I make pennies from streams anyway. All right, let me just adjust this real quick. Excuse me. I'm back. I made dinner. Lovely. Thank you guys. Thank you, chat, by the way, for watching. Thank you for sticking around. I know that I wasn't addressing chat a whole lot. I'm going to try to be better about that, but it's just tricky while I'm talking to other people. Okay, we got that set on YouTube. I think it's No Justice MTG. Yes, indeed. Got that set on Twitch. Need to set it on my site. Do not have No Justice in here. I will have to add her. Okay. Hopefully that did not just take it down from the site. If it did, sorry. Okay. We should be back online on the site. So, just wanted to say real quick, thank you guys for watching. Take care. Love you all. Go enjoy No Justice MTG. She raids me all the time, and I do not return the favor. So please go give her some love. Even if you don't stick around, just say hi. Okay. I will not be back on Friday. I will be back next Tuesday. I'm out of town. I'll see you all next time. Take care.